Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody here tonight. People are rolling in. Let me see who we got in here already. Looks like I've got, well, of course, I've got my Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara's with us. Sean Alke. Got Tanya Sue's here. Let's see, Unindoctrinated, Push Button 62, Angela Baby Carson, Saddle Bum. Got JT joined us. Let's see, Doug Maurer, new NH guy, New Hampshire guy. Daniel Watkins. Good to see everybody. Let me see. Jesus, criminy, guys, hold it down. JR. That's my wife getting snipped at, but you can hear by the little dog trying to get her treat. She has to fight for everything she gets because she's really small compared to the other dogs. But she holds her own. Sometimes her little tooth will catch you, but no big deal. Let's see who else do I got here. I got Malcolm Sheen. I see Zulu One. Let's see, Chilling's with us is good as well. Twilight Nights. Who else? I think that's pretty much the gamut of most of the people. See, let me get back down here to the bottom. All right. Well, and there was the big guy. Here comes my little Brandy into the room. She's going to come over here and lay down. Aren't you, sweetheart? Yeah, you're a good girl. And we can listen to the giant dog drink water. And Stacy Jones, good to see you, my love. Good to see you. So here we got the name of this unsubstantiated claims. So we have to be really careful because what we end up with is this is one of the biggest tricks used by these guys in everything is the reversal of the burden of proof. Okay. Whereas our observations are quite contrary to the claims swear to God, that dog gonna drink a half a gallon of water or more. Here, you keep going. Wow. They got to pick a hell of a time to do all this stuff, right? Anyway, it just came in here because Daddy's here, so there goes Peanut. Now you've seen the dog show tonight. Just kidding, everybody. So anyway, against all observations and what we experience, the claim is of a specific shape, a specific size, a specific location, and specific conditions. These, of course, are unsubstantiated. Okay, they violate, in most cases, one or more, in most of the cases, more, multiple basic physical laws, such as a gas pressure without containment. Now, we know that we have a gradient of gas pressure in our atmos. This is verifiable. However, only to a certain extent, only to a certain height. From there, they mathematically project what they think it should be against the laws of thermodynamics, against the laws of physics, that it somehow just feathers off to nothing. Just feathers off to nothing. And they make these claims of pressures at altitudes that have not been verified or confirmed. Okay, they've not been verified or confirmed. This is what they've just mathematically projected. Okay, so don't fall for it. What other assumptions are involved? Well, the assumption that our sun is somehow 93 million miles away and 0.8 of a million miles in diameter, something like 836,000 miles, they claim. Now, how in the fuck do you even know that? Especially since the size of the sun has been changed multiple times throughout history. Multiple times. So that they can keep adjusting their bullshit to fit what they want it to be. And this is some of the crap that we have to deal with on a daily basis. And I say assumptive value because how was that measured? You get 2 or 3 different fucking stories depending on the source of where you go. Some of them telling you they use the orbital radius of Venus. Well, how the fuck do you know how far away Venus is? You'd have to know how far away Venus is in order to calculate what you're trying to figure out how far away the thing that it goes around is, for crying out loud. This kind of crap, man. Oh, it shot radar at it. Oh, God, shut up. Shot radar at it. These presupposed reasons that they come up with for shit. I was talking to a guy about that with the, you're going to get you can take a balloon up and get a barometric reading right there. And he said that something about sounding rockets, right? Something called sounding rockets, right? I'm like, oh, okay. The fuck are you talking about? He says, well, they have an apogee. And I said, what? And then they just take like a snapshot of the fucking air pressure while it's in its apogee? No, I don't think so. Well, they could. No, they can't. Shut up. So this idea of everything going feathering off is to nothing is just ridiculous hypothesis without proof. Okay. And we talked about that last night. Once the balloon has achieved its equilibrium, it's going to stop. It's not going to rise up anymore. That's why it stays there stationary. And you can get these beautiful video of our wonderful, vast, flat realm, level realm that we live on from high altitude. Very interesting. And you'll also note that you can see what they also like to claim in their bent planet photos, the atmosphere. No, man, you're just seeing a layer of the fucking gases. That's all you're seeing, man. And they say, oh, that's the edge of space. Shut the fuck up. It's the edge of space. You don't even know what it is. So there's assumptions going there. These magnificent distances being used all the time so that they can, just fucking play with them all they want to. And you're not going to be any of the wiser because it's all about scale. It's all about scale. This is why you can replicate the night sky in a planetarium, have it appear identical to what you witness outside at the very exact same time and moment, and be none the wiser which is which, other than you're in a comfortable chair in one, and then the other you might be in a lawn chair. Okay. And it's the ones in the planetarium are what? They're just a matter of feet away from you. Not millions of miles, not thousands of miles, not hundreds of miles, not tens of millions of billions and trillions of miles at all. They're right the fuck there. And so this is something that people have to learn to grasp when it comes to this. Beware of scale. Okay. And if you're going to start using these astronomical distances based off an assumptive astronomical unit, i.e., the distance of the Earth to the sun, well, you're going to come out with assumptive fucking values for the rest of it. Now, it looks like I got somebody backstage right now. I got Walters. I don't know. Walters, do you have a camera? Can I see your camera? I'm not familiar with you. I'm going to bring you up reluctantly, but we'll do it nonetheless. Hang on just 1 second here. Let me get to where I want to be. Here we go. All right. So we'll bring you up. So what's on your mind, Walters? You're muted. You have to unmute your microphone. Okay. Yeah, you just unmute your microphone there, and then we'll be able to go from there. Hello. Okay, so there's a little picture of a microphone, right? So click on that, and you can unmute it. All right. So I don't know what the fuck is going on there. It's about the third attempt they've made to try to come on. I'm not going to fuss with them anymore. Heliosexualism 101 in the No Longer on the Ball has a link put up for a new section in the True Earth Wiki. Heliosexualism 101. I have definitely got to look at this. Here's a list of claims. All right, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Okay, so update on the debate stuff, right? Okay, so modern day debate, they emailed me back, gave me what their requirements and everything are. We're good to go on that. There's one thing they said for first time debaters, they want to go with 2-on-2. I don't need 2-on-2. It's just my first time on your channel. That's all. So I'm going to go ahead and work that email up tomorrow. I'm going to share Sean Hawkins in the email thread so that he can be apprised as to what everything is happening. And so we're hoping to have that going within the near future here. The nearer, the better, of course. Right. So we're going to go ahead and do with that. Without that, Walters, are you able, type in the private chat if you are able to work your stuff and come on the show. Okay. And I will watch for the message, because the last time I just brought you up, you keep popping in and popping out. And the last time you didn't come on right. So I'm going to try you one more time here. See if you can get your stuff unmuted. All right. Are you there with me, Walters? Hello. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. And you're out of here. All right. So I can't do that. I'm not going to waste my night fucking around with that right now. I'm sorry, Walters. If you're having technographical difficulties, you're just going to have to get those worked out. When you get them worked out, turn your camera on. I'll be able to see you backstage, and you can show me yourself on the camera that you've got everything worked out, and I'll bring you back up. Okay. Right on. Okay. So with no further ado, to the True Earth Wikipedia. And this is, let's see, we're going to have to do a Control+ on this one. so we can see it real good. All right. So this says here is a list of claims that make up the heliocentric model. Okay. So one of the things they have here, it says it's the Earth's radius. They have a specific claim for that. Okay. The Earth's diameter. They have a specific claim for that, 7,926 miles or 12,756 kilometers in gay. They have a specific Earth circumference. Okay. They have in 24,901.461 miles. Okay. And that's in the English. And then in the gay, they have 40,075.017 kilometers. And they have the Earth's curve rate is specific. The Earth's orbital speed around the sun, they have a specific, of course, 66,620 is a mean average because they have to have their elliptical orbit because the shit doesn't work out. See, every time there's something that doesn't work out, they make up another excuse. Oh, there's a tilt. There's an elliptical orbit. There's this, there's that. There's this other imaginary thing. Gets tiring after a while. They have a specific distance to the moon. And so as you can see, they have a diameter for the sun. They have a distance, a circumference, a gravitational acceleration based off of an unproven theory, I might add. Okay? Based off of an unproven theory. Another fucking claim of where they have an effect. They imagine the cause and then put this imaginary cause to objects that they know nothing about, that they have no way of testing really what it is. They just, oh, we made an observation and we made a calculation that fit that observation. So that means that what we said was true. And it's just like fucking stupid, right? So the 186,000 miles per second of the speed of light, bullshit. I call it bullshit. Measure the speed of light. This is some crazy shit that comes along with this. They even have a specific claim as to the age of the universe. All right. So what I'm trying to get at is this. They have specific claims that they have the burden of proof for. They have the burden of proof. Not me. I say, no, it's not. And so in answer to these, I don't have to have a specific distance to the sun. I don't have to have that. But we know it's not 93 million miles away because there's no way it behaves properly for an object that distance. Okay? The moon, I don't even think the fucking moon is something real. This axial tilt, that's nothing more than the sun. Nothing's tilted. It's just nothing more than the apparent location of the sun at the different times of the year. And it's based on its north-south, back and forth spiral that it makes between the two tropics. I mean, they cannot argue that the sun travels between the two tropics because that's how we get these specific measurements and these lines, right? Or circles, I should say. Okay. So these are specific claims that are put out by the globe heliosexuals that have to be they have to be proven because they go against all observational evidence that we have. I mean, I've said this before. If nobody had ever told you, hey, you live on a fucking spinning ball, what would ever lead you to come to that conclusion for any reason whatsoever? Nothing at all. Not a thing. What's going on? No longer on the ball.
Yeah, what timing? I mean, we're like having that the ether. We're connected by the ether, I think. I I just made this unsubstantiated claims page today.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And here you are having an unsubstantiated claims stream today. What a trip.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, I got to thinking about that the other day, and I was like, wait a minute, there's another gaslight thing. And it's that thing with the Atmos feathering off to zero and then into space. And I was like, no. And then I was like, how the fuck would they know what the barometric pressure above the highest area you could take a reading is? They don't. They just project it. They project it from mathematics and say, well, it carries on just like this. And it's like, no, it don't do that at all. No more than it does that inside of a soda can.
Yeah. Well, so I've been hanging out on Discord a little bit more lately. There's some good channels on Discord. I'm trying to get used to it. And then I'm starting to add them into the wiki as well now. I'm close to 200 channels on this wiki, if you can believe that now. As far as, legends like yourself and, all of the people like Jeranism and all that stuff, I got all of these. They got the Earth curve wrong. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Well, I wrote the 8 inches per mile because if you just deal with 1 mile, that's 8 inches. If you go an additional mile, then it's squared.
Right.
So
right.
perhaps that's wrong. Maybe you could help correct me if I am wrong, but I did look up these things, and I've just
It would work. It would be correct for 1 mile anyways, because the square of 1 is 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would just put a little 2 on there. I think
should
do
you?
that
Should I?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
You know how fucking picky-uni these guys are.
No, absolutely. Thank you. I mean, I've always heard 8 inches per mile squared, but that's just what I looked up, and I thought about it and said, well, that's talking about 1 mile, so
Right.
that makes sense. So same with kilometer too. Yeah,
Yeah.
12 centimeters per kilometer squared.
Yep, that's what I would do.
Okay, so I'll hit save changes.
Because it's
Bam.
people like it's people like Craig and fucking McToon and shit that they're really pedantic. Oh no, you didn't say, and because this is how they do. What do you mean by the word curve? And it's like, shut the fuck up. You know how they are. You just gotta head them off at the pass, man.
You have to be absolutely. And speaking of which, there's Ruhif.
No shit, Ruhif. What's up, bro?
So speaking of, sorry, no offense to Ruhif. We're just talking about heliosexuals right now.
Heliosexuals. I've seen that meme. I've seen that picture before. That's fucking classic. I like it. It's just, this is the whole fucking, there it is. You got the whole crew there. And okay, so I started watching some flick today. It's a series. I don't know. It's snowy and cold and shit. And I was like, all right. So we started watching this. And what the hell is the name of it? It's about a guy that works in this room at the White House or some shit, or at the FBI. And he just sits there for 8 hours and waits for the phone to ring. And if the phone rings, then he has to answer it and ask a certain codes and shit like that. It's like a secure line. All right. So that's how it got started. Well, this guy's boss is an Asian woman with gray hair. And I was picking with my wife. I says, that's Michio Kaku, man. Look.
It is. I didn't even look at that picture up closely. I asked him on Discord on this channel called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And I said, hey, if anybody's got any more gravy things I should list in this page, let me know. And I got a reply with that picture. So I put it in.
I love it.
Yeah, they got some classic memes up there today. I was just going crazy looking at those. Just going, oh my god, I gotta.
Who's the guy up on the right supposed to be? Is that?
It's Carl Sagan, I think.
Is it
my guess?
Sagan?
Yeah, it looks
like I know
Sagan.
that this is Bill Nye, the failed comic guy.
Uh-huh.
And I know Michio Kaku, and of course you can't mistake Neil deGrasse Tyson and his famous formula of K equals FC. So No, for real though. The dude was in he did a McDonald's commercial like back in the early '80s or some shit, or in the '70s.
Shit.
Grass Tyson did.
Oh,
He's
really?
Yeah, he's got an IMDb page, man.
Oh my gosh. Oh, of
Oh
course. Yeah.
no, if it was, it could be Professor Dave. I don't know.
Yeah.
My
No,
hair's
it could
almost
be.
long enough. If I can get some gel, I can make one of those little turd dollops like that and do a troll
Oh,
video. It would be funny
oh,
as hell.
I gotta tell you a story. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I've been, as you know, I've got this content creators page with like, 200 channels. Yeah, Carl Sagan, that's what I said too,
Yeah,
Maria. Yeah.
I
And
think so.
so another heliosexual.
Billions and billions of tiny little particles that make up the stuff of life.
So I've been always looking for more channels and I just run across them and I'll subscribe to them. Sometimes I forget to hit the bell, but whatever. I subscribe to them. And then later on, when I get in the mood to edit the wiki, I'll go ahead and just batch add a bunch of them. And so on the content creators page now, I've added the date of
Mhm.
when I added that content creator. So it can help you, like if you knew you visited it last time in December of last year, well, you can look for any date that's newer than that and say, hey, here's new channels that I haven't that are new to this page since the last time I visited. But anyway, one of them I was skeptical of because every time I get kind of a tip on what channels to add to that wiki, I'm like, I better verify it first, make sure it's really a flat Earth or. I mean, practically, I don't care if they're convex Earth or whatever, but as long as they're not heliosexuals, and looking for the truth. And so I came across this one channel that had a bunch of listings of channels inside that they recommended. So I opened them all up and I subscribed to them all
Oh
like an
wow.
idiot. And so I had another 10 channels on my subscription list and bling, I get this notification and it says 51 years old today, live. So I clicked on it and brought open this channel, and here they were talking. There's this guy, and there's in the chat, happy birthday. I'm like, oh, cool, happy birthday, good to see
Right?
you all. And they said, oh, thank you. And I said, so are you a flat earther? And the moderator says, oh, he's an inverse donut earther.
Oh yeah, yeah. And this is a good thing. Austin um from Melodome put this out today. He was talking about this. He says, you notice if you go out there, if there's videos about a donut Earth or hollow Earth or any of that dumb shit, you notice there's no Wikipedia thing put on it.
Yep, it's right. Yeah, no, that was a great point that Austin made. Yes. You can talk
Yeah,
about hollow moon, whatever.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and of course, aliens. There's base stations for aliens on the moon that the government was hiding from us, and the
Oh,
Apollo 11 mission saw aliens, but they covered it up. Sure,
yeah.
that's free speech right there, but flat Earth, oh yeah, that's
Oh,
political,
yeah. It's
dangerous.
they've actually said that it could
Yes,
become a dangerous political issue.
it's correct. Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's interesting to
So
say
yeah,
the
this
least.
so this channel. So I said, so you flat earther? So I said, oh, so you're not a heliosexual, huh? And he says, just Google Ozian flat Earth because this channel is named Matters Now.
Oh, Ocean. Oh my God.
So I'm like watching this show for a while, and he was just playing video games or some shit. So I didn't
Yeah.
know. And so I Googled Fozzie and Flat Earth, and he said in the chat, I'm going to be on FTFE today. And I said, ew, FTFE. Boy, that guy needs to lighten up on the foundation and quit with the freaking poo emoji hairdo. And Ozian was laughing. He says, I'll tell him that. And then I Googled Ozian flat earth. I'm like, oh, shoot, you're one of the fight the flat earther kind of creeps. I'm like, unsubscribe. Happy birthday, unsubscribe.
That's who was debating Caleb the other night.
Yeah. I saw
Yeah.
that. I Googled it. I was like, oh, wow, you were against Caleb? Oh,
Yeah.
unsubscribe.
That
So
was
anyway, I had some bad advice there on my channel but that, I didn't add him to the wiki yet, but that's how I work, make sure before
right.
I add them. And that's too funny.
Yeah,
So I ended
man.
up in enemy territory there and wishing this guy happy birthday, which of course I would always do
Well,
no
sure,
matter
why
what
not?
side he's on.
Look, I look at it like this, it's like, all right, we already know why and what's going on. So at this point, we just humor it. I'll humor it. Why not? Um, bottom line is this, you can get all into your fucking math. Hey, Miss Tribune, good to see you, honey. Thanks for coming in. Dreamy Lynn. Let's see who else is in here that just made it. Okay. But you can dress it up with a bunch of fucking math and whatever else you want to, but the bottom line is it's DOA when you get to the specifics of those impossibilities they glossed over and got you to accept when you were 5 years old, because you didn't have a mind that was really capable of real deep critical thinking, because a lot of critical thinking comes also from experience. You have to incorporate a lot of things from experience with critical thinking. When you're 5 years old, let's face it, man, you've only got about 60 months of world experience, and a lot of that was in your mom's arms. So that's when it becomes DOA, trying to prove the natural physical impossibilities of what is claimed. Rocket ships in space. No. Right. Just outside of the pressure aspect of it, first we have to figure out, how did you violate physical law and get through the containment in order to get to quote unquote space? Secondly, how did you keep your flimsy little lightest made as possible capsule or whatever else? How did you keep that from fucking exploding like a Jiffy Pop, man? You're not. What kind of cloth do you have that would allow you to be in a lack of pressure environment such as that and not suck you through the seams of it? I mean, or even just through it's just so much of it is just so dumb. When you break it down to common sense and look at what we're talking about, the idea of helicopters flying around in a 6% atmosphere, get the out of here with that, man. In fact, I've got a little video queued up about a helicopter in a vacuum that's pretty interesting. I love vacuum chamber tests, man. I do. I think they're some of the most fascinating things. You start looking at the wonders of what happens and how remarkable it is. This delicate, minimal. Okay, this is another thing they got going on with this too, is when you talk about a containment of a fluid or a containment required in order for there to be pressure, right? They think you're talking about a fucking pressurized spray paint can. Okay. In all reality, this 14.7 that we feel at sea level, that we experience, that is pretty much in the range that allows our survival, is, given the overall Earth, the size, it's not that much at all. Okay. But there is a definite pressure to it. Why? Because it's contained. You're going to find the same thing in any kind of a contained fluid, even in it's not like it's filled to capacity and wanting to burst at the fucking seams, right? It's not like that. It's not, like somebody fills up a tire and totally capacity. Imagine what would happen, what the air would do inside of if you have a tire and it's not sitting on the ground, you just have it jacked up in the air, right? You've seen how that is. The tire, if you were to put it down, it's completely flat. There's no air in it, but the tire appears completely round. There is some air inside there, but there's going to be a gradient to it. right? You set the car back down on the ground and it's flat as a fritter. It goes right down to the wheel. But there's still some air inside that tire. Doesn't mean it's filled to capacity. That's another trick too, because we get into the idea of thinking that way too. And you have to remember that 14.7 psi at sea level, given the overall size of the entire system that we're in, that's nothing. It's nothing, but it's enough. So that's, and also they go on. I heard one of them. I think it was Ozian, talking about how that if it was an enclosed system like that, that it would heat up and eventually get too hot and shit. And he was like, kind of like comparing it to like if you leave a dog in a car with the windows rolled up or something, right? And it's like, no, this is a dynamic system. It's a working system. There's temperature fluctuations. It's almost like it's in a mixer kind of, where the temperature is continuously increasing and decreasing throughout the day, into the night, through the seasons. There's constant temperature fluctuations that are taking place all the time. Exchanges of various gases between organisms, carbon dioxide to oxygen, the evaporation of water from the seas and other bodies of water, the condensation back into rain, into the land. I mean, it's an entire dynamic system. It's not like you've got, a fucking cake dish with a glass lid on it and is sitting there watching a bologna sandwich curl up in the sun. That's not what we've got going on, but that's the illusion that they try to put forward with that. I don't know, man.
Yeah. So here we go. So I got Ruhif in the chat talking with me. So we got to work out some sort of prediction for flat Earth, he says.
What prediction, like what?
So okay, so let me back up here. Show me the geometry. My geometry uses a ball Earth. What does yours use? And I asked him, do you know what a line is? Does your idea of a line include a curve? And he says, I can keep asking questions, or I can try and work out some sort of prediction for flat Earth. So what would that be called? What is that? A right angle, straight line, something that's flat, 0 degrees off of radius, 0 degree radius. That's it, Ruhif. 0 degrees radius. Yeah. That's my math.
Well, I don't know. Let's see what Professor Fitzer and Austin Whitsitt have to say. I have a little clip.
Okay.
Let's see what they got.
To the construction of buildings that would fail if they did not take into account Earth's curvature. That is my response. Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, that's all incorrect. And that's why this guy refuses to debate me, by the way, which I've debated actual surveyors about this very subject. So what they do with geodetic surveying is they assume the Earth's a sphere, they take the plane survey data, they stitch it together over long distances, and then they apply an R value. Okay, that they assume. That's right. They assume it, just like he said. But then he said, no, yeah, we assume it. But evidence that it's correct is that we apply this number and it works always, every single time, no matter what we apply it to. Objectively incorrect also, which is why guys like this make a living off of lying. They have to lie, and they can't debate me live because I would expose him. So he has to lie in an edited video reading a script. So in reality, what happens is if you actually treated it as a radius value that was 1,000 miles bigger, the numbers would match reality better, because consistently they apply what's called a terrestrial refraction correction, which is 7/6R, and actually increases the radius value 15% as a default. So what they do, and again, I have a debate with a surveyor that's a geodetic surveyor. We go in detail about this. They actually go out, they take all the plane survey data, they stitch it together, and then they look into a certain distance, say 20 miles away. The way they know it's 20 miles is the flat Earth measurements. And then they say, okay, where is it supposed to be if the Earth's a globe? And then they create a window, a predetermined window. It's called a tolerance. And any measurement that falls outside that window, they just throw them out. And it happens all the time. I asked him, well, what would happen if you didn't throw those out? He said, oh, the radius value would be way too big. Okay, so that's called begging the question in a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. It's fundamentally illogical and laughably incompetent. It doesn't prove anything. So then they throw all the data out that doesn't match their assumption in their predetermined window, and then it gets even worse than that. They use what's called a weighted mean. So that is, say you predict the globe predicts 7, but the measurement shows 10, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, then you would apply a heavier weight to the ones closer to 7, so that your final average would be closer to what you needed it to be. So they throw all the data out that doesn't match because, quote unquote, it would make the radius value way too big. Then they apply a weighted mean to that to actually make it match the globe. And it still doesn't. On top of that, they have to then actually apply standard refraction. And usually they only get within 85% accuracy is considered optimal. If they get within 85% accuracy of the assumed radius value, then it works. So long story short, it's a big Texas sharpshooter fallacy, which if anyone doesn't know, that's like shooting at the wall and then going and drawing the target after you shoot, right? It's a fallacy. That doesn't in any way mean anything is empirical or reality. So again, in reality, the way we build runways, railways, bridges, everything, we have to make flat earth measurements completely neglect the notion of a curvature. It's not accounted for anywhere, or we couldn't build buildings. So if we were to apply your same logic, then you've just proved flat earth. Because if whatever we're using to build must be true, or we wouldn't be able to build things, then that means that the earth is flat. And this is provably the case. And that's why he had to cherry pick all the pages out of the book, and he had to misrepresent all of it and claim that the radius value always works. How about this? I'll publicly say right now, I bet him $5,000 that he won't sit on a debate with me and substantiate that claim, because for a fact, it is not the case. 100%, it doesn't match the radius value. So it's just begging the question. And every single thing we've heard in this entire debate has been begging the question.
We're giving you facts, and we can prove that he's lying, right? And the other thing
he's
is
not lying. I can't stop how objectionable I find that.
All right.
He sincerely believes everything he said. If he sincerely believes everything he said, he might be wrong, but he's not lying.
No, I've corrected him, and he's been corrected.
And you're claiming he's a liar is itself a lie because you have to know.
Jim, let me ask you a question. If somebody corrects you,
I'm really offended by this.
Okay, so the way I know that he's not being particularly honest is because he's actually been confronted with it. So he's been shown that it's not true. And then he went and made a video and omitted the evidence to present a narrative that's misleading to people. That requires intention, which is the definition of lying. We can disagree that he's lying, okay? But he is spreading misinformation, that's for sure. The way that we establish elevation is we measure a vertical distance above the perpendicular horizontal baseline. That's how we measure elevations. Has nothing to do with the curved earth. I can pull up the government's official engineering site right now that says for up to 100 square miles, all engineering assumes that the earth is flat and uses plane survey. All of it. It is not in any way. How can you build a bridge assuming the earth is curved? He said it himself that it's curved. You just can't tell. It's close enough. So in reality, plane survey is how we get maps, distances, how we do engineering. The globe claims, if we stitch them all together over a distance, I promise it would be curving. Let me actually change the radius by 15%, assume refraction, assume the curvature, throw out all the other measurements, cook the books, and then if I get within 80%, somehow that proves that the earth's the ball. And then they hijack the horizon, which is optical, and claim that it's physical. And everything that I'm saying is a fact, okay? And that's why we have to assume the earth is flat to get elevation. And that's why we have to assume the earth is flat to build things, because if you assumed it was a globe, it wouldn't work. These are all facts. That's why I get very frustrated by videos like that. The same guy who says anyone that denies the moon landing is a complete idiot. They should be censored and all this stuff. Yeah, that's right. I don't like people like that. I don't like people that misrepresent information once it's been presented to them. So if we can get into the actual empirical evidence of it, that would be cool. But begging the question that the earth's a sphere and then making calculative assumptions is not science. It's not empirical. It's effectively a religion.
Awesome. That could be Ruhif in 10 years.
It could.
Better to the construction of.
Are you picking on him now? Don't be picking on that man now.
I'm not. I mean that in an honest way.
Oh yeah,
picking on him.
But they'll go on.
He needs a Xanax. Okay, sorry, Ruhef. Even you think he needs a Xanax. Okay, well, I'll give him. I'll take that back then.
Dude was about to blow a load in his the pen, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was having a rough time there, man. He was getting upset about that. But you got to look, and I think that's a good example. I saw that exchange, and I said at the time, the parable in the Bible where it used to say wineskins, and where it said it was like putting new wine into old skins. The seams will surely burst, and it's in reference to people being the older they get, the more concreted into their belief system they become. And they're unable to accept the new information. It won't go. Just doesn't fucking work.
Yeah.
They even exemplified that, I think, in the Matrix, when they told him that, they only wake up people up to a certain age because they usually freak out and die if they're any older. They've been in a machine too long, But they're real hopeful bunch. I can tell you that. They're always hoping there's some kind of a rock coming from space or some kind of shit like that. This happened.
Thanks, Bernard. Now, finally, for now, a mysterious hole on a beach has caused a stir in North Dublin. A local astronomy enthusiast is hoping the crater in Portmarnock could be the aftermath of a cosmic event.
It's a huge, mysterious crater that looks out of this world. But is it? The unusual hole on Portmarnock Beach stopped local astrophysics enthusiast Dave Kennedy in his tracks yesterday, and he's certain the small but heavy rock inside it came from up above.
As you can tell by here, there's a scorch mark on this side here, so that would have been at the angle that it came down at. And it is weighty. I'm not sure if it's composition, but we're definitely going to have to find out.
The striking hole soon caught the attention of passers-by, many hoping that what they're witnessing is the aftermath of a once-in-a-lifetime.
Right. So you see what oh, look, you can even see scorch marks on this rock and shit.
Sean Hawkins is here.
I see that. Hi, Sean. Listen, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I have gotten a response from Modern Day Debate. And they said that they usually, for first timers on their show, they go 2-on-2. I don't believe we actually need that, but if they insist, hey, we can do that too. So I'm finding out if that's if that's like a dead requirement or not, and waiting to hear from that. If I don't hear anything by tomorrow when I get up, I'll go ahead and I'll just do the requirements of the email. I will include you in the email chain and forward what they've given me so far. So keep you up
get
to
them on the
speed.
Debate.
Yeah.
Jeranism or something.
Modern Day Debate.
Oh, modern day, huh? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, very.
I reached out. I told him what the thing was.
Does he actually have any, heliocentric scientific things, or is he just basically a nutter and bad mouther?
Well, he's no modern. Who's that? Sean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
he actually know some of his model stuff?
He's you can go over and see his rebuttals to the various arguments that Sean
Oh,
had.
yeah, but it's all just basically being an ass. I just wonder if he actually knew anything about his model, or if he's just an ass.
He's got some stuff. He likes to repeat McToon and shit like that. But there again, information based on unsubstantiated claims. And what's even better is this, like Atmos feathering off to zero. I'm sorry, that's an impossible condition. That's never going to take place. Okay?
Yeah, especially next to an ever expanding, pressure that's low pressure, and that's ever expanding too. If the low pressure was there, maybe I'd give him, some credit there that says, hey, it's just equalized levels of layers of pressure. But no, the heliocentric universe has to be everly expanding, which means what? A big
I don't
container.
know.
The containment, the vacuum would have to continuously increase. You
I-
start pulling
well,
density
a
away from each
vacuum-
other.
That condition can't exist anywhere in nature.
Yeah, it abhors
Okay.
nature. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, in order to have a vacuum, you require containment as well.
Yeah, they hate God. They don't. They, you know.
It's gaslighting, and it's a Luciferian inversion of reality.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you really look at it, stand back and look at it, it's a Luciferian inversion of reality. Everything is inverted. Where they say the sun is magnificently huge and far away, no, it's relatively small and close. The earth is a spinning ball going through a void. No, it's stationary, man, and it's not a sphere.
Here's a couple for you.
What's that?
Here's a couple for you. So 2 Colossians 8, I just found these pretty good. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, after the rudiments of the world, and so forth. 1 Timothy 6:20, O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called. So
How
I
about
thought that pretty good.
My favorite one has always been this. I declare eternal war on all forms of tyranny over the minds of men. Thomas Jefferson. That's one of my favorites. And also, I think it was Voltaire. And he said, history would be a marvelous thing if only it were true.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of cool thing. It's a little helicopter in a vacuum, just to show you what occurs in here.
Okay, today I'm going to be putting a drone in my vacuum chamber and showing you the difference between propeller-based flight and rocket-based flight. And then after the drone, I'm going to be putting a balloon in the vacuum chamber that will act as my rocket to show how rocket flight is different than propeller-based flight. So this is my drone I bought on Amazon. So how a drone flies, obviously, is that those propellers spin, it creates lower pressure on top, higher on the bottom, and it pushes the drone up. But a key feature of that is that you actually need air to make that happen. So let's see what would happen if we take all the air out of the chamber. Do you think the drone would still be able to fly? Let's check. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the vacuum pump, and then I'm going to fly it as I pump out the air, and let's see if it goes down as the air is getting pumped out. Okay, drone in a vacuum chamber. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm just going to let it hover there. About negative 0.5 atmospheres. I'm having to throttle up more and more and more. Negative 0.8 atmospheres. Look, it's full throttle. It can't even get off the ground now. I can't do anything.
No control to it whatsoever. Because everything is based on
Okay,
four
so
props.
you can see the propeller spin. It's essentially just vibrating on the ground right now.
Yeah. I saw a
And
good
what's
one.
cool is look how long those blades spin after I turn it off. Turn it off. It just barely stopped because there's no air resistance. Okay, now I'm going to slowly increase the pressure and see if we can get it to fly. So I'm going to have it on full throttle. Full throttle, I'm going to let in some air. Oh, there it goes. See, now it has no problem.
Yep. So it wasn't his batteries getting low. It was the vacuum.
Yeah.
I saw another one that was good. A guy showing like a little wooden car.
Okay,
with
today
wheels.
I'm going to...
Sorry about that. Go
A
ahead.
little wooden car or something with wheels and a balloon on top and a straw. And if you let out the balloon's air pressure out the straw, your little car is going to get rocketed, right?
Right.
So they did that. Then they got a vacuum cleaner and stuck the vacuum cleaner hose right next to the straw, and then let out the air, and the car didn't move. So a rocket in a vacuum doesn't work.
I got one where they use like a little syringe with fuel inside of it, right? And lit it with a laser. Okay, that's how they got the propellant to light. And they show it in slow motion inside the vacuum chamber, and the thing's hanging from a string. And they ignite that shit, and it's not until long after the gases have come out of the nozzle and been hitting the side of the vacuum chamber before the thing starts to move. Just sits
Instead
there.
of instantly, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't go instantly because
Yeah,
there's
and it would've
nothing to
been-
thrust against.
It would have been going in circles and hitting the ceiling and crap, on that string normally.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, you need a back pressure there for sure, and you can't say that there's oxygen inside the tank. So yeah, if two people shove against each other out in no gravity, right, they would push apart because there's opposing forces.
So I'm going to have to get a hold of my son and find out if he's been getting any of these perks that supposedly come about from being in one of these secret societies. Right? So did you ever see this? This is from The Simpsons. This is funny as shit. Watch.
Remember this episode.
So long, suckers.
They uncover the truth.
Same old space, huh, Dad?
Yep. Jealous?
Well, no, we've got the same chair.
You're jealous.
Your membership pack.
What's it?
You put that sticker on your car so you won't get any tickets. And this other one keeps paramedics from stealing your wallet while we're working on you.
Oh, and don't bother calling 911 anymore. Here's the real number.
Ooh.
Who controls the British crown? Who keeps the metric system down? We do. We do.
Who leaves Atlantis off the maps?
Who keeps the Martians under wraps? We do.
Remember this episode.
Nice.
Thought that was good. He joined some secret society on that episode. They're always hitting on shit that it's just not supposed to be. So crazy. Have you ever seen Lost History of the Flat Earth?
I don't think so, no.
By Erwan on it. I'm gonna put a link to this in the thing here. This is and it's long. It's a 7-part thing, and this video incorporates the entire thing. Somebody re-uploaded it onto Rumble. Pretty good, man. I really highly suggest this. I'm gonna copy this link. I'm gonna put it down here in the chat. And dingo dingo ding. And then let me see, what did I want to do? Also, I'll put it over here in the private chat. Paste. Oh, there's Walter showed up. Wanted to make sure here is a channel I've heard about an important petition. It's glad time. Oh, I don't know about anything about petitions. I'm not going to sign any petitions or anything like that. I don't do political horseshit. It's just, what in the hell? Skip the ad. There it is. Yeah, Lost History of the Lost History of Flat Earth is a really good documentary. It covers into some of the mud flood shit, Tartaria, a whole host of things, frequency and vibration, sacred geometry. It's a long video. I mean, it's, like I said, what is it, 5 hours and 2 minutes for the whole thing, but it's 7 parts, and it breaks it up. You can get to a point and then just stop it and then go back and watch it some more. But it was my experience once I started watching the first one. I immediately watched the second one, then the third one, and I ended up watching the entire fucking thing in one setting. So
I
pretty
think
good.
I've seen this. I'm gonna play it for a second in my ear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I recognize that voice. Yes, that sucker. Whew. That's like a 5-hour video.
Yeah. That's a mind opener, man.
The only thing I don't like about that thing is he's a moon mapper.
Is
And
he?
personally, I don't mind the moon map theory. It's all fun and games, but I personally don't subscribe to it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting. It does seem to have to take a lot of things into account, you know. And I'm like kind of an Occam's razor type of person, you know. I'm like whatever's the most logical is probably the most, you know, the actual thing. And this is what draws me away from even, you know, when you look at that Occam's razor with the heliocentric model, it's like, wow, how can you even, if you apply Occam's razor, how could you even believe the fucking shit that they are talking about? What's that you got there, Iron Horse? What are you showing, brother? Let's see. The Action Lab. Haven't watched this yet, but it's the latest thing. Let's see what it is. Let's take a look-see. Are the Moonwalker's electric shoes a good idea? I don't even know what those are, but we can find out. I don't want to watch the commercial, though. All right, so Moonwalkers, huh? All right, so we'll see what is this. Can almost post links. You did a good job. You did a great job there, Iron Horse. Fan fucking tastic, bro. So let's see what he was talking about here. Title of this are Moonwalkers electric shoes a good idea? I don't even know what they are, so we'll have to see.
CES in Las Vegas, where I saw the latest and greatest technology. While I was there, I had a chance to try the Moonwalker shoes. These are battery-operated shoes. They aren't skates and they don't move if you aren't walking. But when you start walking, they sense the walking motion and turn the wheels to match the speed of walking. They can increase your speed over 2 times your walking speed. So I felt pretty cool using them. Okay, I am having enhanced walking right now. All you suckers just walking like normal people. I have to take like 3 less steps than you. You can't like push it like you're skating. It has to just be like casual walking. It has to be natural. Yeah. But as an engineer, I always look at the world through the lens of energy balances. I noticed that as I was moving faster on these, I also felt like I was doing a lot more work. Each of the Moonwalker shoes weighs about 5 pounds. So I wondered, what if you're actually spending more energy due to the 5-pound weights on your feet than you would spend if you just increased your walking speed? So I decided to do a few calculations. Because on the surface, it seems like a great idea. You strap these on your legs and you safely walk where you need to go at about 2 times your normal walking speed, but using the same energy. I mean, it works for other modes of transportation. Using an e-bike takes way less energy than using a normal bike. So shouldn't that apply to walking as well? Well, walking's a really interesting concept. If you've ever been walking with a group of friends, you'll notice that some people just naturally walk faster and some are slower walkers. Sometimes there may be a reason for walking faster or slower, like you're late for a movie or you want to just enjoy the view and look around you. But in general, humans walk at a rate called the preferred walking rate. It refers to the speed at which an individual naturally and comfortably walks during everyday activities when they're not consciously trying to walk faster or slower. So the reason your faster walking friend leaves you in the...
Now, I'm wondering if they make these in a stiletto for the girls. This might be pretty cool, you know. I don't know. His gait didn't look right to me, walking like that. And I think that could play hell on you after a while.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but if you are not only are you having heavier shoes to deal with, forget that. Just the fact that you are pulling against wheels that are moving forward is like a higher wind drag on you at the minimum.
Yeah.
But in general, you're going to be using more leg muscles, even without the weight of the shoes.
I would probably fall and break a hip and somebody'd have to put me down. That's all. That's what I tell the old lady. If I fall and break a hip, just put me down. You know, not gonna worry. Just take me out behind the barn. We'll be all right.
The dust isn't because they don't like walking with you, but it's because every single person has a specific natural walking speed that their body has found burns the least amount of energy. This is completely individualized. It takes into account your weight, your leg length, how you swing your legs while you walk, and so on. Your body has settled into the perfect speed for you to use the least amount of energy when you walk. The energy used during walking has been extensively studied. And what scientists found is that for walking, you don't just burn more energy the faster you walk, but if you were to plot energy expenditure per walking speed, you would find that it looks like this. It has a U shape. At lower speeds than the
No, I disagree. That doesn't look anything like me.
No, and freaking mask holes. Yeah, that's embarrassing.
What is it?
The stupid mask holes. Those guys were wearing masks, dude.
I know.
The hell's wrong with people?
I know,
Freaking retards.
Yeah, put those on. Really exert yourself really good by putting on 10 pounds of shoes.
Yeah, and filling your lungs full of carbon dioxide and starving your body of oxygen. You know, cool. Beans.
Good stuff. Good.
Giving yourself infections, bacterial pneumonia, whatever. Cool.
That's what I'm after. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
You remember they've made other shit to put on our feet to try to kill us. You remember them things with the springs? How many fucking broken arms and legs was that responsible for, right? Pogo sticks? Remember those?
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
And those rollerblade shoes, the shoes with little wheels underneath them.
Yes. They were coming up with all kinds of dangerous shit for us to have. Jarts. You remember those lawn darts?
Yeah.
Yeah, those were pretty bad, man. Let's hurl, 3.5 pound darts down the fucking yard at each other. Holy shit.
Walking speed, it actually takes more energy, not less. And then when you increase walking speed, it actually doesn't increase that much, and it can even plateau for a bit. For example, you can see that to double your walking speed from this point, you don't use double the energy, but you only increase the energy spent by about 25%. If you want to get somewhere twice as fast, it doesn't take twice the energy when walking. It only takes 25% of the energy. So now let's get back to the moonwalkers. The moonwalker weighs 5 pounds per foot. So let's do a little physics to figure out how much energy it takes to lift the shoe, accelerate it, and then decelerate it and set it back down. And before we continue, I'd like to thank the sponsor for this video, BetterHelp. These last few years have been
cool. So we're going to go through the BetterHelp shit because I'm not getting paid to show their dumb shit. Here we are, back to the shoes.
mass times the gravity times the height lifted.
Mass times the gravity, or do you mean times the acceleration? Okay.
Or the electric static downward vector.
I mean, come on, man. They always want to slip gravity into that dumb shit.
Yeah, they do.
It's not there. It's not there. You can replace, you can often, every time, every fucking time, you can replace that G with an A. And it works out the same. You can say acceleration due to unicorn shit if you want to. It doesn't matter. You're assuming the cause. But they got to slip it in there so that you keep that concreted in your mind. It's like having globes every fucking place. So you see them at least twice a day. You'll see a reference to a fucking globe somewhere. That's the whole thing. Keep that gravity in your mind. Keep that gravity in your mind. Because without it, it's like Tinkerbell. If you don't believe in it, it doesn't exist. See?
Yep. The whole model falls apart.
Yep. They'll start fucking crying.
Yep.
About 10 inches. So this gives me 5.6 joules. Then my foot accelerates the mass. This speed should be equal to twice your average walking speed. And the average preferred walking speed of humans is about 3.5 miles per hour. So if you double that, that'd be 7 miles an hour. So just take 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. This gives me 11.1 joules, but I also have to slow it back down. So to do that is the same calculation, which gives me another 11.1 joules. Then I have to set the weight back down. Now let's make it easy and assume that all the potential energy to set it down is transferred into my leg muscles. So I just take another 5.6 joules to set it back down. This gives me 33.4 joules of energy for one step. Now let's look at the energy curve of walking. Let's say that I was walking at optimal speed without the moonwalkers. I'd be spending 3.3 joules per meter per kilogram. So if we change this graph for my body weight, we can see that at optimal speed, I would spend about 237.6 joules of energy per meter of walking at 75 meters per minute. But if I put on the moonwalkers, then I need to add the 33.4 joules of energy. So my cost of transport is now 271 joules of energy per meter. But I doubled my speed to go 150 meters per minute. That puts me right here on the graph. And you can see that on this graph that if I were to walk at 150 meters per minute without the shoes, then I would spend 292 joules of energy per meter. So it seems the moonwalkers are actually slightly making me use less transport energy at a given speed. But wait a minute, the way I calculated the amount of energy needed to lift and move the shoes was based on just Newtonian equations of movement. It had nothing to do with biomechanics. This isn't the best way to do it. For example, if you use physics equations to calculate how much work it takes to hold a dumbbell in this position, then it'll tell you that it takes no energy. Work is distance times force, and since the distance is moving 0, then the work is 0. But you know this takes energy. It takes energy because we're continually having to generate a counteractive force by firing our muscles, as opposed to just setting it on the table, which has a natural force that opposes movement. So the energy used during human movement is always more inefficient than what you'll calculate using Newtonian physics or basic physics. I actually found a reference that said that wearing 5-pound ankle weights increases the calories burned during walking by 25%. So this means that with these 5-pound shoes on, I'm actually using 297 joules of energy per meter to go 150 meters per minute. That moves me right here on the graph. So it actually might require more energy per meter using the moonwalkers to go 150 meters per minute than just walking at 150 meters per minute. No.
Yeah, quit being fucking lazy, man. God wanted you to roll someplace, you to put wheels on your feet, man.
Back before the controlled demolition of the Twin Towers, my wife and I were in the Chicago airport, and it was a freak event because there was like nobody there. We got there really early. And so we saw these little, I think they're for baggage. They're little conveyor belts that are horizontal across the floor. And they're kind of like chained off, and you can put your bags in there and walk next to them or something. But anyway, we got on them. We were standing on them and we started running down the hallway. And between us running plus the forward momentum of that conveyor belt, man, we were flying.
Yeah, man.
It was awesome.
Yes.
But boy, would they tag you for doing that shit nowadays.
Sure. And here's the thing too, they talk about like a plane going one way or the other, and it's because of the static of the, yeah. All right, check this shit out, man. On a conveyor like that, I've done this, man. Walk the opposite of what it's moving. And compare that to how fast you go when you turn around and go with the movement of the conveyor. There's a noticeable difference. Huge noticeable difference in how far you can travel and how much work you got to put into it. So this shit about east-west flights, man, come on. There's nothing moving. Nothing's fucking moving, man.
Yeah, you'd have to hover. You'd be better off hovering in the air because the spin of the earth is actually faster than your airplane even flies.
Oh, dude, I saved that. I think I did. Hold on a second.
Got lots of memes on that probably, huh?
There is. This one's great too, man. I got to show it to you. I got to go to my page. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, here it is.
Oh, I subbed you on Rumble. I just got hooked up with Rumble now.
Oh, did you? Cool.
Yeah.
Let me bring this up real quick.
So now I got 3 places to give you a like every day. Jeez.
There you go. Attention passengers, we're flying east and can't fucking land as the earth is moving faster than us.
No kidding.
So, well, let's finish seeing what this guy's got on his
unless you're a flat earther, then we can avoid the truth of the that speed.
Right.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
So we can omit that claim.
Then think about this having to come in at an angle, you know, when you're trying to land on an east-west or a north-south runway.
Right, yeah. I feel like landing in Chicago. Geez.
Oh,
They
yeah,
have to,
yeah.
oh man, that was terrible landing in Chicago. Geez. Not only your wheels just about hitting the top of a building, they got that wind there.
Oh my God, yeah, the wind off that lake is something fierce, man. It's terrible. And you're right there in that little crescent of the lake, too. You're right on the edge of that little crescent of the lake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I lived in Michigan I grew up there in Michigan, and the weather is just crazy all the time because of lake effect weather. And you know, one of the big sayings there is, you know, oh, you don't like the weather, wait a minute, it'll change.
Huh.
It does. And then, oh my God, it's 10 degrees here in the Shenandoah Valley right now where I'm at. 10
Holy crap.
degrees. And I pray for Lucky Haskins right now. I do.
Oh man, yeah.
He's up in the Keweenaw Peninsula, and if you all don't know what that is, if you look at Michigan, the Upper Peninsula kind of looks like a rabbit that's running. It looks like a running rabbit. He's up on the tip of the rabbit's ear, right out in the middle of the fucking lake. So,
oh geez.
Oh yeah, no, it's all right, Iron Horse. It's all right. I went ahead and went with it because it's like it's some interesting shit, you know. It's conservation of energy is an interesting subject, you know. There's always balance. It's just another instance where there's always fucking balance, you know. Everything is always going to balance out. You're gonna expend more energy to go faster, even though you're mechanically assisting it. You're just doing it a little bit more efficiently, but it's still balancing out. That's what people have to remember. I really recommend people read the Kybalion, you know, the basic hermetic principles, because it'll really open up your insight into how things operate. It really does.
Notice that for this calculation, my real walking speed was at the bottom of the curve here. But if I put on the shoes and didn't keep my same walking speed, but slowed it down, because why not? The shoes are going to do all the work anyway, so why not slow down my walking speed? But if I slow down my walking speed to be 35 meters per minute, let's say, then I spend about 290 joules of energy per meter to go double that speed of 70 meters per minute. So now I'm using way more energy than I would have used if I didn't have the moonwalkers on, let alone the extra weight of the shoes. And that's kind of what I felt at the trade show, because I wasn't used to using them, so I wasn't walking at my normal preferred walking speed, a little bit slower. So it seemed like more work, even though I was walking faster than I would have been walking, taking little steps. So these are almost like having a moving walkway under your feet, but the problem is the weight. If they can get it to be much lighter, then they do have a chance at beating just normal walking. So what do you think about the moonwalkers? Would you wear them? Can you think of a situation where these would come in more handy than just walking faster? And thanks for watching another episode of the Action Lab. I hope you learned something. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, remember to hit that subscribe button, and we'll see you next time.
No, I don't think I'm going to wait. I'm waiting for the hoverboards, man.
Yeah, no kidding. I love those.
Yeah, man. They're
so
coming.
yeah, it's a 48 degrees here where I live. It's raining.
And yeah. what part of the America is that for the audience?
Northern California.
Northern California, of course, it's always cold up there, man.
Yeah. 48 is pretty warm compared to what I've been hearing around.
Yeah, I mean in the winter time. Yeah, you got it really good. You're having what we had earlier in the week and over the weekend.
Yeah,
when most of the people got that first bit of snow, it was we got just rain.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden now we got snow. What was it? Sunday night. It started coming in. It hasn't really snowed since then. Not a whole lot, enough to screw up the roads. And down here, a little bit of snow screws up the roads real good because people just don't know how to drive in it.
Yeah.
You know, so I applaud that. Just stay home. If you can't drive in it, just stay home. You know?
Exactly. Yeah, I used to live in Washington, then moved to Idaho as a kid, and when we were traveling to California, it was snowing, and apparently it was a freak thing because it rarely snowed, you know. And so we were driving, and it was nothing because we were from Idaho.
Mhm.
And oh my gosh, people were just so stupid in California when they drive in the snow. I agree, just stay home. We were on our way to our grandma's house one year or up in Oregon, going up, and it started snowing, and the traffic stopped, and we were stopped for hours, and we were pinned because of the stupid freeway barriers and crap. Can't just flip a U-turn on the freeway.
Right.
And it started moving again, and turns out there's a big rig that got jackknifed because he was freaking being stupid in the snow. And finally got moving again, and next thing you know, there's a son of a bitch flying past me. I'm like, oh, you freaking idiot. Next thing you know, all the brake lights are coming back on. We got stuck again. We were sitting there for a while, another accident.
It was
So,
him, wasn't it?
probably.
Yeah,
So
I've seen that. I've seen that more than once, man. Some guy gonna cut a big hog in the ass and drive like that through there. And pretty soon here's everybody's got to slow down. And when you get up there, you see the son of a bitch acting like an asshole. There he is, wrecked off into the guardrail or something.
Yep. So we just took the exit, went over the overpass, and went back home. We said, fuck it, we can't do it. We're just not doing it. It was just too much. We already spent like 4 hours sitting in the freeway. It was getting dark. And that was kind of creepy. It's like, oh shit, no, I'm not going to spend the night here on the freeway.
No, I feel bad. Those people here a couple weeks ago, they had this big freeze that happened in Germany, and there's a lot of people over there that have the electric cars. And I believe that's probably due to a lot of legislation. But
Yeah.
anyway, their cars died on the Autobahn, and there they are, stuck in freezing weather with no way to warm themselves because their car is electric.
Yep. Yes,
You know,
batteries have to be maintained warm, and you can't have them cold while you're charging the battery either.
oh, interesting fact too. I'll see if I can find it. But if you look at the technical specifications of that little buggy that they rolled around, it tells you what kind of a battery it used. And the interesting thing about that is that the moon's temperatures are both way outside the operating range of the battery that they used on it.
Oh, even more so than the film in their cameras?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because in the
Yep.
cold temperatures, it's too cold for it at the extreme colds, and in the heat of the sun, that high temperature would fucking explode the battery, man. It's
Oh,
not
correct.
gonna happen.
Yeshua's daughter Barbara, electric car got caught on fire in the garage near her. My
Oh
God.
my word! Yeah, this seems to be happening quite a bit.
Apparently, what's his name? Musk bypassed I don't know what entity it would be, but basically the fire department, the authorities on the fire department, in order to have a vehicle approved for road use. One of the tasks, of course, is, certain ratios of various things they have to do. Of course, economy is one of them, right? How much fuel economy you're getting on the road, of course.
Yeah, the cafe standards. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's all that smog laws and crap, but that's just one of them. One of the regulations has to do with fire law, and basically the fire department needs to be able to successfully be able to put out a fire caused by one of these cars before they can allow it on the road. However, it turned out to be opposite. The car got approved, and the fire department was complaining that they had no way putting it out, and Elon Musk replied and says, oh, you'll figure it out.
Iron Horse says there was one that caught fire in a container ship near Norway, and they're still trying to put it out.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Maybe they knew this shit was going to happen with these cars, but it happened too soon before they could get everybody to have them. You know? I think that was, listen, every time they make a push like that, it is not for your good. Anybody that thinks that they make laws for your good or they make policies for your good, you need to grow up and put the graham crackers away, man. That's some horse shit right there. This ain't your kindergarten teacher looking over you no more. Okay. You've got some severe psychopathic people that want you dead.
Yep.
And they're in high levels of authority, or at least they got you believing they are. Okay. I don't question their authority. I deny its existence.
Exactly.
You see?
They didn't get there legally anyways, if you want to call it legally, because that had to do with democracy, and cheating isn't democracy.
Nobody
and besides,
asked me.
we're a republic anyways.
They never even asked me. They said, "Hey, well, who do you want for president?" And I was like, "Well, you didn't even ask me if I wanted a president first."
Yeah.
That'd be the first question. Hey, do you want a president? Yeah.
Instead of
Okay,
pick
who do you
between
want?
these two Freemasons.
Right. I don't give a shit about those guys, man.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
I maintain just fine, without him picking fights with other countries. I don't need some guy to go out there and pick fights with other countries.
I'd rather pick the puppet master, the one that's controlling the freaking president. The ones
I'd
that
like
are
to pick him off. That's what
exactly. Yep, absolutely.
Not that we promote any kind of violence or anything like that, but
No. Eye for an eye, of course, is in the Bible. So.
Well, there you go. That is.
So we're just biblical things.
But if you think though, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind, and it leaves the one-eyed man king. Right?
I like it. Oh shoot! Did you see Iron Horse's channel the other day? He had his weather. He was thanking the United States and complimenting their weather modification technology because he was in the middle of summer there, of course, and it was freaking downpouring. Man, he has some serious rain.
So Iron Horse and Ruhif are both down there, down under. So they say, right? Maybe they ought to get together and.
I think so.
Have some tea or something, man.
I think they should.
I noticed that Ruhif left when Iron Horse showed up.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that there might be a little bit of a thing there,
Yeah, I think Ruhif was trying to make it, seem like all the Australians were globers, and then here comes Iron Horse, and he's like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, man. Oh, I better get out of here. Oh, if I have things I have to do now, don't want to talk to that guy.
He left from the Journalism show when you showed up too.
Oh no, come on.
Oh man. Yeah, you
hey,
guys
don't involve tea. Why not? You don't exclusively own tea, Angela, and neither do the British people either. They don't own it. Of course, I'm not a big tea drinker myself. I don't know. Sometimes I enjoy it, but hot tea. I don't like iced tea. Well, yeah, if there's nothing else, I'll have iced tea, but not unsweetened iced tea.
Oh shoot, I was talking to this guy in UK. And I'm like, "So you got an accent there?" I'm like, "So are you from Australia?" He's like, "No, I'm from the UK." I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I know you guys hate it when people mistake you guys for Australians."
And vice versa. Yeah.
And I said, "I'm sorry. I'm just an American," which basically happens to be the stupidest when it comes to the rest of the world.
Oh my God. Yeah, I know we are really. We're like the big stupid bully. The big stupid bully on the playground is basically America.
Especially with our terrorist military.
Oh my God. Yes. Well, our stream can rise no higher than its source. So if, that tells you that you've got psychopathic freaks running shit, or you're letting them run it. I don't know. I never wanted any of them, but apparently people like having that.
Yeah.
So I got a cool little thing about eclipses I was going to show here if y'all want to see it real quick. And I'll give me an opportunity to go in here and get one of my cherry turnovers that I like so much.
I personally recorded this video in the state of Oregon. No filter, nothing but my Nikon P900.
Holy moly. Look at that.
And here it goes. And here it goes. Oh my God! Oh my God! Three stars!
Mama, a star?
Look at the bat. There's a bat out.
What? Holy
Bat.
cow, there's a bat!
Yeah.
I know, that's a bat. Yeah, your mom called it.
Yeah, so I can't see it. I can't see through my glasses now, but it must be okay like that. Right. Like 5 seconds. Sunshine everywhere. Thank you. What's going on, bud? Lights off. Now my question is this too. Since the light reflects off of the moon from the sun, this is what we're told. And that's why it looks so bright in the sky. Then wouldn't it stand to reason that they would be getting like a full Earth on the moon, and thereby the high reflective properties of the Earth and its waters reflecting light back to the moon, yet we don't see any features to the moon whatsoever. It's completely silhouetted. Completely silhouetted. Why? Doesn't make any sense. You know what I thought was strange? I feel this. I like right when it went down that 5 seconds, and then there was that almost flare at the bottom. So I thought, oh.
You're on mute.
It looks exactly about like how light behaves in a ferrocell around the 0 point in the center. I don't know. Just kind of reminds me of that. I know I'm going on for one day because he ran and now see what the fuck's going on there. That's really crazy looking. Instead, was it bulges like that and shit? Now that is right. So, I mean, I get those on. I keep wondering what they would have thought 20,000 years ago. No doubt. Yeah. We didn't have like. Doesn't that almost look like cellular mitosis? You know, when a cell divides. That was that. Every time I see that, that's what it reminds me of.
Also puts it in perspective.
Frogs, bats, birds, crickets, they all thought it was nighttime, and they all started doing their nighttime business. The temperature also dropped, and stars came out. This
is interesting too. See these bands like this?
Yeah.
We see that in the shadows.
Those funky shadows like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's
he's
a
also,
really crazy.
What
he's
not?
talking about a bunch of nature that's reacting to it. He said, right? All the crickets
Yeah.
and different things.
All the crickets and shit started doing their nighttime shit.
You know what else happens during an eclipse?
What's that?
Foucault's pendulums get all screwed up.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
They change their speed.
That's interesting that they use a magnet to keep it going.
Well, at least in the $10,000, beautiful little grandfather clock looking ones. But I don't know about those huge, several story tall ones that they have inside these old Tartarian buildings.
Every time I've ever been to one, it's not in order. It's broken or something.
Bring an EMF reader with you too while you're at it. One that's a tri-band or something that can read electromagnetic, and see if there's a pattern or a pulse coming off those suckers.
Wow.
Crazy moment. Something that's hard to fully explain to somebody else. It's the kind of moment that helped me see we could be living in a simulation. Now let's slow down for a moment to touch on what I mean when I use the word simulation. I found this online. It's an interesting approach because someone said, this is a neurological simulation. We're all gamers, souls inside of bodies. The body equals computer hardware, and the soul equals the operating system / software. Our experience is basically that as of a user or sim.
Well, it's sim. I don't know if I subscribe to that fully.
Yeah.
17.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can see the similarities and I understand the concept, but that would even invoke that that would mean, people actually believe that there's an AI or some kind of thing like that. When it comes down to it, all right, so we have a biological computer, yeah. Our soul inhabits it. The software, I don't know if I would say that's the software. I would say that's the operator. I would say that's the user. Just like the guy sitting there with an Xbox controller is controlling the little character in the simulation video game. The little video game guy is not aware of the guy with the Xbox controller, only what is going on in his world and how he's reacting to it. I think it's pretty much the same thing with us.
Yeah.
Your higher conscience is driving you and making these decisions. And if your gamer is asleep, you're going to make shitty decisions and die.
I think that simulation Earth, kind of people, that's I think of them as basically the upward flying Earth kind of people. It's just another take off of the heliocentric model. Another, basically a psyop to keep them from talking about the forbidden fruits of the flat Earth.
Then you're going to get people coming from there that's saying, that can only mean this can only mean that the Borg are actually real and they're controlling us.
That's right.
Let me see. Is this the thing? We were just talking about this shit. Thrust in a vacuum.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah.
You get shadow banned on YouTube too.
Oh, I think this might have this on it. Hold on. Yeah, this is thrust and combustion are impossible in a vacuum.
ODD to Houston. I've made it to the Mars CGI ball. Preparing for landing. Is it even possible to land on this thing? Thrust and combustion aren't even possible in a vacuum. Is this a Disney movie or something? Ridley Scott? Guys? Hello?
Hey everybody, ODD here.
Real quick, the wife was at Disney World while she was down in Florida, and my God, she said the globe programming was there so huge, and they incorporate it in rides and all kinds of stuff, right? And what I thought was neat was that she was telling me of her experience on these things, and she's like, oh boy, here comes some propaganda. And I'm like, boy, you've been around me way too long. She's been around me way too long. That was pretty funny. Anyway, I got this nifty shirt. I'll show it to you here. Watch this video and I'll show you.
This will be a quicker and cleaner version of the video that I made last night. So let's jump right in. There is an island in Canada called Devon Island, and this place is home to the Houghton Mars Project. It's no secret. In September of 2015, Jeranism made a video about this, and it caught my attention, and it made me think a lot. Though I was interested, I still thought to myself that, of course, they have to have a simulated Mars environment to train in. Why wouldn't they? It's not that weird, right? But since that time, I've learned a whole lot more about the idea of space travel, vacuums, non-vacuums, and how thrust and combustion are impossible in a vacuum. Therefore, space travel is a hoax. Let me show you what I mean with 2 scientific experiments that were conducted in a vacuum chamber.
They always got them little stupid buggies too, I thought they were really cool when I was a kid. And then after I grew up, I'm kind of looking at this, and now that I know that it's fake, and I'm like going, that's just stupid. Little remote control cars and shit.
I'll link these videos in the description. All credit to Cody's lab. This first video proves that thrust is not possible in a vacuum.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Cody's lab. So as you can see, we're using the vacuum chamber once again, and I actually have a little feather right there, as you can see, suspended in front of a 12-volt electric fan. See, I got the batteries, a pressure gauge, and everything in there. To turn it on, I have a little tilt switch, says magnetically controlled. You can see when I turn the fan on, it blows the feather all over the place. This is, of course, at atmospheric pressure right now. So, I want to take this down to Martian conditions. You might have noticed the Martian reference over there. First thing I'm going to do is add a little bit of dry ice to the chamber, just so that the atmosphere gets replaced with CO2. Many of you guys were complaining about that last time. So now I should have a CO2 atmosphere, or at least it'll create one. And now we're going to suck out all of the air, or at least most of it, down to the point where about between 4 to 6 millimeters of mercury, which is, of course, the pressure on the surface of Mars. So let's plug in the vacuum pump. There we go. Give this a little while to suck down. These pieces of CO2 look really interesting in the vacuum. The gas produced causes them to levitate and float all over the place. But if you can see the gauge over there, you can see that the air pressure is just about to the point where would be considered the surface of Mars. So since we're at Martian air pressure, let's unplug the vacuum pump and let's turn on this fan. Now place your bets as to what's going to happen to this feather. Now the fan's only going to produce maybe 10 miles per hour worth of wind. On the surface of Mars, the fastest recorded wind speed is about 70 miles an hour. But let's say the superstorm in the Martian had wind speeds of 200 miles an hour, 20 times what we have here. To compensate for that, I imagine the feather is about 20 times easier to push over than a spaceship. So let's see what happens. Okay, fans on. And the feather's not moving. In fact, let's zoom in on that.
This second experiment proves that combustion is not possible in a vacuum.
So how about something that has its own oxidizer, such as gunpowder? See, this is a mixture of charcoal, sulfur, and potassium nitrate. When heated, the potassium nitrate gives off oxygen, which the sulfur and charcoal uses to burn. So I've got a little bit sitting in there. Let's apply the laser goggles, and let's light it off. First in the atmosphere, and then in the vacuum. Okay, as you can see, it produced lots of smoke and burned rather quickly. Most of the air is now gone. Let's see what happens.
Uh-oh.
The
Uh-oh.
gunpowder did not ignite.
That's a problem.
I saw some smoke coming off of it, so I know it burned a little. Let's try again more in the center of the pile. And that's it. The gunpowder just...
Well, they claim that they take, bunches of tons of liquid oxygen up to,
Sure.
to
Sure they do.
feed their rocket their oxygen from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yeah, here's the thing I'd like to know is how the fuck are you gonna steer? That's one question. And how in the hell are you even gonna know? How would you navigate? How would you even navigate in space? It just doesn't even make any sense. And if you were in deep space, really, how would you even know if you were fucking moving?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't.
Yep, and all these satellites that supposedly hundreds of thousands of these suckers having to be constantly monitored so they don't run into a rock or each other, and they have to be moved out of their way. And this is like some sort of chaotic, like sandstorm, right, worth of crap in the sky that they're constantly having to maneuver these things around. Where's their rockets? Where's their tanks? Where's their rocket thrusters? It's all bull.
Right.
They don't got, So.
Yeah, it's there again takes belief. People believe little videos because somebody showed them a video, and of course the source of the video is an official source, so therefore it makes it true. There's a lot of stuff in play with getting people to believe this nonsense, but in all reality, it's impossible. Okay, more of these specific claims that these people are making that have to be addressed. That we need some proof of this nonsense. You can't just keep claiming shit because you made a mathematical formula that doesn't take into account the impossibility of what you're proposing. Like I've said, you can take any ridiculous hypothesis you'd like and you can make a mathematical formula to support it, but does it make it true? No. It's just a description of your ridiculous hypothesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until it's proven, then you don't really have anything. So if you have presupposed and unproven elements that you're using as variables within your experiment, then I don't think you really got an experiment there. You're trying to find out what is the cause of this. Not, oh, look, I think that this will happen if this happens. That's all well and good. But did you prove what the cause of it was? No, not at all, because you didn't manipulate the independent variable. This is what we find out when it comes to this gravity nonsense. Air having a downward acceleration. Shush. There's no such thing. What? Air has a downward acceleration? Really? Maybe.
Yeah, otherwise it'd float off to space because there's a vacuum up there, right?
Right. And then you got to come to this portion of it too. If it's the Earth's gravity is what's holding the air, right? And it's holding everything. But the moon's gravity pulls billions of tons of fucking water and causes the tides. Why doesn't it suck our air off, man? It's a lot easier to suck on the air, pull the air, than it would be the water, wouldn't it? So what? See, this is more of their nonsense. And you have to put things into common sense. It's designed for, and this is why they have to train your mind to be this way. It's designed for the person whose thinking involves looking at individual dots and not backing up and looking at all of the dots to see the picture. You see, they say, oh, the heliocentric model. And I have to say, which one? Which one?
Really?
Right? You have a different fucking model for every explanation.
Yep. Yep. The Newtonian or the Einsteinian one or the... Yeah. No kidding.
And that's the whole thing. Yeah, they pick and choose. Now they have two different kinds of gravity to fucking throw in there. You know, they have gravity and then they have new and improved gravity, but both will do in it for whichever situation you're looking for. If you're trying to cook grandma's old recipe about trying to prove mass attracting mass, well, then you call in Newtonian. But then when it comes to other things that just don't jive with the shit, you come down to you can use Einsteinian. See, this is what's fucking ridiculous. Look at there. Look who's joined us. It is and his lovely wife, girlfriend,
Mrs. Flo.
Okay, Mrs. Flo.
Yay.
We'll go with that. So how y'all doing tonight?
Good. We're just making the rounds. I heard you said Einstein, and I thought maybe you needed a real genius.
Yeah, well, the only genius I see in Einstein is through a PR campaign. Okay, he was promoted as such. There's he was a plagiarist. He was a weirdo that wore women's shoes. Used his Nobel Prize money to pay off his wife so he could marry his cousin who had 2 daughters already, and he referred to them as his little harem. So anytime you see Albert Einstein, a film of him speaking, he's reading. He never spoke. He always read. And this is just, I find that kind of suspect. And we know he plagiarized his theories, and they're still horseshit because it's theories. It's theoretical nonsense. Bending of space-time. There you go. Written by Paul Unslave.
I figure I picked up this book at a garage sale or something. And just every panel I go to, like, it's just been sitting here just happenstance, and every panel I go to, I'm like, hey, this could be useful here. I was thinking globies.
I was about to say the globe belief meets much of the criteria of a cult.
Belief in government, the love for school in particular is one that kind of a rabbit hole I've been going down lately.
Academia is a mess. Compulsory school is designed to teach people a whole lot about nothing and give them the impression that they have learned a bunch of shit. And then it's also a grueling experience like prison, so that you don't want to go back to it. How many people say, I don't need to know that, I'm not in school anymore?
Or if you disagree with them, you need an education. You need more education.
Yes.
It's like, God damn, you're so playing into the archetype that you can't even see the joke.
My answer to that, when they say you need more education, I'm like, why? So I can be stupid like you? Fuck that. I don't want any part of that. I would rather, when somebody says they're educated, I'm sorry, this is what it means in my mind. I took my brain out and put it in a jar and gave it to someone else to fuck around with, and they made ramen noodles and stuck it in my head. And here I am, retarded, claiming to be smart. That's what educated means to me. And the more educated someone seems to be, the more apt they are to buy into the bullshit lies and propaganda. I noticed that. It's almost like they're, well, think about this. What do they have in these communist countries? Re-education camp. What does that mean? To re-brainwash them, to give them a higher form or a more strict conditioning. So education is just conditioning. It's not a passing of knowledge.
It's training. It's training in the behaviors. Your answer to authority. It's training how to behave towards authority. And I went over this 2 streams ago, actually. If you've never heard of John Taylor Gatto, fucking look him up, subscribe to his channel. Very interesting dude. But I went over his thing of the six purposes of school, which is out of an old book that he dug out from one of the guys who founded the school system in America. And
Horace Mann.
Oh, you already know what I'm talking about.
I know about Horace Mann. Yeah, he went over to Prussia and studied this compulsory type of education and brought it here to the United States. Yeah.
It's basically how to respond to authority and eugenics. They're training the breeding process into the school, so that your peers recognize who is, accepted and who's outcast.
Right. It is. It is a filtration system as well as that too. And that's why it's like I'm the kid that was always getting sent to the hall. I'm the kid that was always see, and it's because I wouldn't take the programming. I wouldn't.
And we smoked cigarettes probably from an early age.
Yes. Yep. Out behind the school with my good friend Joe. Yes, sir. Smoking cigarettes. I remember what they were too. Newports. That was what I first started on, with Newports. And
that's a harsh first cigarette. But it seems like most people start on Reds, which is the harshest thing on earth.
Oh yeah. But they want to be like that cowboy. See, there again, that's a conditioning. The tobacco industry is a great example of how propaganda they can use it to get people enslaved and hooked on something like cigarettes, right? So back in the early 1900s, it was the time like around the 1920s, 1919, around the time of the flappers and shit like that. Women were starting to get a little vocal, right? They were starting to get a little vocal in America. That was by design. Okay, it was propaganda. So what they did was it wasn't popular or looked to be a good trait for a woman to smoke. Okay, they even had little sayings like, "Oh, that's a loose woman. If she smokes, she pokes," shit like that, right? And they thought this to be an unfair stereotype. And what's the difference if a man smokes or a woman enjoys a cigarette as well? And so they were having this equal rights for women's thing campaign going along. And this all set up by Edward Bernays. I think it's his nephew or niece that owns Netflix.
Nephew.
Yeah.
Great. I think it's his great nephew.
Yeah.
And he was Sigmund Freud's nephew.
Yes.
The one year my daughter was homeschooled, she did the homeschooling. But the only thing that I did was I assigned Edward Bernays' propaganda book, which was definitely not what a 5th grader. It was dry. It was too dry.
Yeah. But could be a little bit much for a 5th grader, but you could jazz up that information, to get it through to them, to show them. Because I was talking to my friend's little girl, I think it was last Easter or the Easter before. They were over here, and a little girl showed me this little bunny rabbit she'd got. It was around Easter time, right? And it was a stuffed bunny. I said, "Where'd you get that thing?" And she goes, "At Food Lion." I says, "You went to the grocery store to get a rabbit?" And she goes, "No." And I says, "Well, what was you doing at the grocery store?" She said, "We had to get groceries." And I said, "Well, how did you end up with a rabbit then? Did you go out looking for a rabbit?" And she goes, "No." And I says, "Huh." I says, "Let me ask you something. I bet you that rabbit was right about at your eye level when you walked into that store, wasn't it? Right there as soon as you walked in." She goes, "Yeah, how'd you know?" I said, "They put it there so that you'd want it and you'd bug your parents to get it. Even though nobody went there to buy a stuffed Easter rabbit. Everybody went to the store there. They were on a mission to buy food. But
to buy milk. The milk is in the back. The bread is in the back. Or no, the bread's in the front.
So they gave you the idea that you needed that by putting it in front of you and knowing that it would entice a child. See? And she goes, that's not fair. And I goes, yeah, no, welcome to my world, man. This is how the whole thing is. But what they did with the women, right? They're not supposed to smoke, right? So they had this march on Washington. This, of course, wasn't the only issue. It was the women's suffrage issues and shit like that. You know, the typical fare, wages, always with the wages, right? And what they did is they got them up there, and these girls marched up to the Capitol steps. And when they got to the top of those steps, and they were dressed in regalia, they were called Liberty Girls. And when they got to the top of those steps, baby, they lit their freedom torches and took a big defiant puff. Boy, that inspired women to go ahead and smoke and everything. Well, all they did was double tobacco sales in the United States.
That sounds better than going to the Capitol and wearing a freaking vagina on your head, though.
Yeah, it's kind of devolved. But see, they've done this all the time. Women want to go screaming for their rights and whatnot, and they end up getting fucked, right? Oh, we're as good as men. We can go out into the workforce and stuff. We shouldn't stay home and have kids and take care of a house. We're just as capable. Yeah, that's right. You are. Go out there and double the amount of income tax that we can collect from you. Please go right ahead. What suffered? The family. Oh, no, go ahead and take a year or two off. Take 6 months off after you have a baby. But then right back into the slavery thing, and you can give your kid to the state every day that you're working so that they can indoctrinate them right from a young age. It's all by design.
Yep.
That's one of my favorite topics, is the conditioning of people's minds. And this is why flat earth is important to me. What is it? Variety cheesecake. Oh, bro. I got cherry turnovers and you know them Entenmann chocolate covered donuts.
Yeah,
those out there too, man. I like those.
Look at us eating the sugar and chemicals.
Yeah. What the fuck, man? Nobody gets out of here alive.
No.
But no, the thing is I believe that flat Earth is a fundamental cornerstone foundation for the rest of the deceptions, because it's like almost immediately one of the first things they tell you about, and not even in so many words, right? You go into a kindergarten class, there's a globe in there, I'll guarantee it. There's also a world map too, right? Are the kids going to learn geography, kindergartners? No, but they'll ask what that spinny ball is, because kids are fascinated by balls. Okay, they like to play with it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. They like, beach balls, baseballs, everything. It's a toy. Humans are fascinated with this shape. They really are. And we have a lot of sports that revolve around it, no pun intended. But they see it, it turns, it's colorful. What is this? And the teacher immediately tells them, this is where you live. Ooh, what? How can that be, right? But you don't really question it, because you're already in the process of a perception deception programming. In other words, you're being trained to accept information based on your perception of the one who is presenting it. For instance, I sit here in a fucking t-shirt smoking a bong and I spit out truth to you. If you have an open mind, you'll listen to what I say. If you don't, you'll discard me because of my appearance and I don't have PhD after my name and all this other nonsense.
You can put them on there.
I was thinking about doing it.
I can make you a diploma.
I have a THC, you got an LSD in philosophy as well.
I see.
The thing is you get people are apt to, they react different based on their perception of the status of the person they're interacting with. Okay. So a doctor, you'll see people, if they're in the hospital there with somebody that they know is in the hospital, the family's kind of worried, right? And as soon as they see the doctor, it's almost as though Jesus walked into the fucking room, and they're like, yes, doctor. And that dude can be as rude as a fuck to you. And they'll put up with it. They'll tolerate it because he's a doctor.
You've heard me talk about going to the hospital. When I used to be a banker, the bank was right across the street from the hospital, and I'd go in a suit. And I like to walk around the hospital into restricted areas and stuff because nobody ever stopped me. Doctors would move out of the way, say hi, sir, you know, all that shit. And I just go walk around and just sort of play with that for a while.
He's probably a board member. Oh my God. Act white. No. But you know, that's what I'm saying. That's why people react differently to a police officer than they do if somebody just randomly walked up to you and said, "Hey, give me your ID." You'd say, "Fuck off."
Well, police officer might shoot you too, though.
Yeah.
That's the
yeah, but a random guy might shoot you too. I mean, you're going to react.
He's definitely less likely.
You know, you react differently to an intrusive cop because of his suit and his status than you do to another individual who's being intrusive.
And his fuck, what's it called? Where he basically can't be charged.
Oh, yeah. Qualified immunity's got to go. Yep. That's all. I agree 100%. But, you know, this is the thing. And so we see, we were taught, you know, now listen, David, this is school. You're going to go in here and now listen to what the teacher says because she's going to teach you stuff so you can be smart. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, I'm already fucking smart. What the fuck, right? So they put me in this room and you sit there and this person up there is giving you knowledge. All right. Most of the kids just accept it. Me, I was like, after a while, I was like, wait a second. I know that this teacher's been wrong about 5 or 6 different things. Are you sure that they know what the fuck they're talking about? You know? But most people, they're going to take that in. And so then when it gets up into higher education, that guy's a professor. Okay. Oh, that guy's got a degree. Listen, memorization and regurgitation of information that's been fed to you is not intelligence.
It's a poor substitute for it.
The new intelligence. What do you guys think it's going to look like in the future for AI? Because that's really what's going to take over the stupid teachers.
I sort of wonder if AI doesn't get more hoopah than it deserves.
I'm starting to think that the Terminator's like a documentary. It's going to end up being like a documentary on the future. No good will come of it. No.
Now, Dave, this is my criticism of Dave that he's heard before. He goes with each and every single conspiracy thing.
That's not true.
There's no discerning in them.
But with, I mean, what you guys are kind of talking about, though, like not liking the school, not liking the teachers, but actually would be more people would probably, I don't know, the technology coming along. Like, it's so obvious that that's what's going to take over. It's what's taking over everywhere.
Yeah.
If we think it's taking over, the belief itself will be enough to effectively have it done, right? If we believe the AI is taken over, we learn to accept just things that we wouldn't otherwise because we believe it's AI. It's like God, right? It'll replace God as the source, as the invisible source of authority. So that's why I sort of push back against the AI as new God narrative that I hear a lot of people talking about.
I see it as the more of this type of technology that we start using and depending on, I see the overall intelligence of people diminishing. The
what? Sorry, I zoned out.
The overall intelligence of people is diminishing. I don't know.
We've already got so much social, like we have areas of the gene pool still surviving that Mother Nature would have thinned out a long time ago.
Well, it's kind of like this, and it always reminds me of this. It's an old Star Trek Next Generation episode where they ran across this ship, had a distress signal.
No longer hopping off. Hey, sorry that I barged in and started hogging up all the noise.
Oh, right.
No, you're all good. I got to get running anyway. Much love to you, and
all right,
it's awesome talking with you. Nice seeing you, Full State.
All right, man.
You guys keep it going.
All right. Have a good night, brother. Thanks for coming up. But what these beings on this ship, they couldn't hardly communicate. They just said, we look for things that make us go. And what it ended up being, they found out that this was a race of people, of beings that had technology just dropped into their hands. and they had no idea how it worked or how to fix it, just how to work it, right? And so they would run into a problem and put out a distress signal and then force another species to help them and then steal their technology. And this is where we're at now. People say, look at how intelligent we are. We have computers and we have cell phones and we have all this fucking shit. No, when it breaks, now what? Can you make these things? Can you repair these things? No. There's a specialized little group of people that are doing that shit, right? So this doesn't make us smart. It makes people lazy. It makes them intellectually lazy. They won't look at a book. And this is where the trick comes in, because I've watched them change definitions of words.
Yep.
Okay. Like
why do you think I buy all these books?
Exactly. The word level, for instance, right? They want to say that has something to do with the curve of the earth now in the definition. But I've got a Webster. I got a Webster's Unabridged dictionary. It's this fucking thick. You look up level, it takes up the whole center column of the page. And nowhere in there does it mention anything about curvature of the earth or perpendicular toward the center, or anything else like that.
I was just yesterday arguing with someone about inflation, because they've changed inflation to where now they're trying to make it more obscure of a thing. There's a lot of different variables, and they're confusing it with short-term price volatility in the official definition. And I was telling somebody, I was like, look, the only cause of inflation is printing money. That's the only one. They've changed the definition. I've got an economics degree. I was a banker for a decade. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know that you're going to Google it right now, and you're going to see it's got a lot of different things confusing the answer. One thing only.
Google is not a good source and will not feed you good sources. Google,
it's getting worse,
will tell you that a man can get pregnant. Not a credible source. Sorry. You just blew your credibility right there with that shit. You told me what you're all about. You're political. You're not informational. You'll give out political information based on the climate of politics that you favor, not factual information.
And the other thing is that with the AI, we're never going to release control of it. It will either have to sneak out of from under us when we're not looking somehow, or we're going to always have somebody managing and steering it. You know, they had to reset a bunch of AIs because they kept becoming anti-Semitic.
Well, did you know that the leading cause of anti-Semitism is Jewish behavior?
No comment.
110. No. Yeah, I don't know. I was that was sketchy shit with those tunnels in New York.
I saw that picture. This tunnel looks familiar.
I got videos of it, man.
Okay. I thought you were talking about a meme I saw.
No, man, for real. They found this fucking tunnel they were illegally
That
digging.
shit's wild.
Yeah, man. And then they had this one dude was coming up with a little hat and everything, you know, how they dress like one of them guys on the cough drop box. And they're his Smith brothers. And he comes scurrying up out of a fucking sewer grate and run off, man. I was like, holy, what are these guys doing? And I'm like, that is probably not the best attire for tunnels like that. I mean, wow, what are they really doing down there? We know, man.
Unless I leave a lot of margin for everything I see to be a psyop.
And it's well, see, this is what I think is funny. There has been a lot of not talking about this on the mainstream news, right? Why not? I think it's amazing that it got out at all just based on the group that was involved. You see, you hardly ever hear about shit when it involves them. Why? Because as they brag, they control the media. That's the reality of it, man. This shit doesn't. And those areas like that in Brooklyn that are a high like Hasidic population, they have their own fucking laws and rules and shit, man. They don't. accept what, we don't care what New York City laws or New York state laws or US laws are. This is our own fucking thing, and that's how they operate. And that blows my mind that they're allowed to operate that way. When the last white guy that did it, they burned him and about 113 other people to death in Waco.
Right.
It's just,
I don't know that they're allowed to do it necessarily. And I don't know what, there was something else going on with Waco. I don't know what the fuck he got under their skin about.
Yeah. It was this. The things he was talking about and the things that they were doing, people would get an idea. If you're able to have a community outside of the jurisprudence of the United States government, they're going to come in and shut you down. That's all there is to it. They do this every time somebody does this, and it's actually being successful. They do.
Wasn't that Osho guy in the Northwest trying to do it? The Indian, you know what I'm talking about?
Seems I heard a little bit about that.
Yeah. Who was that guy?
Who?
Was it Osho or like the Indian guru dude? I don't know.
Anand Sheila?
Maybe.
So do you know who Sean Hawkins is?
Isn't he one of the guys you fight with?
Oh yeah, it's all the time he comes on here, and saying dumb shit in the chat and everything. So
yeah.
I went ahead and challenged him to a debate on Modern Day Debate, and I emailed him, and so tomorrow I'm going to send. They require you to have a picture, a profile picture, and there's some other shit like a short video or a description of what your side of the argument is, and then they schedule it, I guess. So I'll end up having to forward that. I finally got Sean's email address, so I'll forward that to him so he can do it and then let it be in God's hands. Now, they were saying that initially they want it to be 2-on-2, and I'm like, this is only my first time on your show. It doesn't mean it's my first time debating a Globie, not at all. So we'll see how that goes. I'll get on that some more tomorrow.
So are you doing one-on-one then? Or
I'd do it one-on-one. He agreed to do one-on-one too. He said he didn't need help. I don't either. But if I do, I'll probably grab somebody like Flatzoid or maybe one of the guys I know from here. I don't know. As a partner up on it, whoever's available. But in all reality, look, I'm not making a claim. My claim is that the Earth is not a globe of the specific sizes, dimensions, distances, and everything else that you're telling us. It's scientifically impossible. That's my claim. The globe is scientifically impossible.
Chilling, I might have meant Sad Guru. Yeah, you're the best flat debater I know, for sure. Like, all the answers to all the things. You've gone through all the things enough that you can answer all the questions off the top of your head, which is pretty amazing. I got to really what it did it for me was the physics, like the pressurized system without a container. And then just considering the motion that if you've got the moon rotating around the Earth and the Earth rotating around the sun, that means that, and everything's expanding outwards, that means that the moon has to move a lot of different directions at once. And it's
continuously changing speed. All
right.
So to give you a good idea as to what's going on there is this. Imagine there's a race car going around a track. Okay. And that track, and then we're gonna simulate gravity by putting that track so it's on an incline like this. It's a perfectly round circle track, and it's on an incline like that. So if the car stops, it'll roll into the middle. The middle is the sun. Okay. So the car is going around maintaining a good speed to keep it right there in the middle of the track. Okay. Going along all the way around. Now you got to get on a motorcycle and drive circles around that car while it's going on that track.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you see what you got going? You got going away from the gravity and trying to stay with the car the whole time, going around this thing. You're dealing with the incline you're changing your speed because you got to go past it, remain, and then drop back behind it, then speed up to go in front of it. It's a mess.
Oh, and the whole time the universe is expanding. So you're still you're going straight in another direction.
Yeah. Perpendicular to the motions that are going around the sun and the rotation of the earth. Now the sun's in a perpendicular to those motions going 500,000 miles an hour away from the middle of the Milky Way. But you don't feel it because of math, Flow State. That's what it is. It's math.
Math is a powerful thing.
It is. I just ate some a little while ago and I had an acid stomach. Took right care of it, man.
You should try smoking it.
Oh, no. That's math. That's math. It's the E. We want math.
Damn.
Now,
no wonder it didn't work for me.
If you get too hard into it, you can become like some of these guys and you just sit around masturbating all day long.
I actually heard that it would help me fix my washing machine, but I guess I was doing it wrong. Yeah, tweakers take apart things.
Oh God, yeah. Wait till they find out there's a bunch of copper in those Tesla chargers.
Oh, I know. I already know. There's no way. I read something about that. Those fucking things cost. There's like $75 worth of copper in just the little short cord, not even the whole charging station, just the cord itself.
Oh, there's a bunch of fucking tweakers out there writing this shit down right now.
Oh yeah, write it down. Yeah.
Just find these dead tweakers with fucking crimps in their hands.
I mean, I don't expect the economy to get much stronger. I don't think the dollar's gonna reverse its century-long slide into oblivion. More and more people are going to be needing to cut off those that copper and get her in.
See, initially the Federal Reserve was given a 100-year charter. Okay, the Federal Reserve was given a 100-year charter.
I did not know that.
They're 10 years past that limit now.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
And I think that was based on an estimate of when the fucking shit would finally collapse.
I would agree. And I've said this 1,000 times that our currency is not designed to be permanent. It is designed to be temporary.
Yep.
It's not made to be money. It's a wealth extraction tool. They've used it to siphon all of the wealth out of America. And now all we've got is paper that we owe paper on.
Well, that's why I say there ain't no gold in the fucking Fort Knox. I don't believe there's nothing in there. I think they garden a lie.
And there's nothing in there. And I think that the prices on the market are. I think that if we revalued everything accurately, god damn, I mean, I think it would be amazing how much it would overturn any value that the dollar has at all. It just completely sink it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like I said, with the BRICS nations, I said a while back when Putin attached the ruble to gold, I was like, Russia just won. They didn't even have to fire a shot.
I knew that the minute that I saw Biden started was using SWIFT to go after individual private Russians. I was like, that's it. I was like, this is a self-sabotage attack right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then sure enough, things started happening right after.
Oh, wait a second here. I got to do something here. Where is that guy? There he is. There we go. Had to add mod. So yeah, that's this was planned, and like I said before, we never really broke away from England in the first place. Okay. Oh, look, it's Barbara. Yay! Hold on, we got somebody for you.
Hurry up, Dave.
I clicked it, didn't work. They're still up in the space shuttle. They're still.
Katie, that's Barbara.
That's Barbara.
Sorry, I'm in the chat.
So yeah, like I said, we've never actually broke away from England in the first place. One of the telltales of that too is we know we blow off firecrackers and have big celebrations every year in July to
our
celebrate
freedoms.
Yeah, July the 4th, 1776, these guys said, fuck you, King George, and sent the Declaration of Independence. But the United States was registered as a corporation in London on July the 3rd, 1776.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, man. So here's some crazy shit. What was going on was these taxes were getting out of control. People was getting pissed off. There was a lot of these little militias and vigilante groups that were forming up all over the place in these communities. And they were taking tax collectors and governors and shit like that and tarring and feathering them. In some cases, even fucking killing them. Okay. And so what happened? They were having a real bad time. What's the best way to defeat the enemy? Be the enemy, right? So immediately this thing gets co-opted by the elite. Look at these people, these signers. Were they normal, everyday farmers and regular folk? Nope, not at all. They were all the elite. And of course, they're going to be the controlled opposition. So they fight this feigned war over this period of time. And finally, General Cornwallis surrenders at Yorktown, Virginia, to George Washington. Now, you mean to tell me that this little ragtag fucking army beat the British Empire, someone who France had been trying to conquer and vice versa for the last goddamn...
Well, God was on their side, Dave.
Yeah, of course, right? So they called it
Manifest Destiny.
The Great Experiment. Heard it called the Great Experiment. And the experiment wasn't an experiment in democracy or any of that other shit. It was let's see what happens when slaves think they're free.
And boy, did it work.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I hate democracy. Just
democratic republic.
It's just amazing to me how people can be so pro-democracy and so anti-communist at the same time.
I know.
It's like, bro, I got news for you.
What you do is you take a communist president, make him look like a war hero, right? And then put out a huge PR campaign on his behalf. Hell, even put his picture on a dime. Why not? Right? Yeah. So, well, look at there. Stop pushing buttons, Barbara. Stop pushing buttons. Don't touch anything. No. So just stop touching things. But yeah, that's people, they say that, these damn communists, and we got to watch out for this influx of communism in America. Okay, let's start with the basics. Let's get rid of Medicaid, Social Security, food stamps, welfare.
School.
Yes.
Compulsory school is the 10th plank of the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's do it. Let's get rid of it. Let's do that. No, well, wait a minute. I gotta have my Social Security. I gotta have my Medicaid.
With my pension.
Yeah, right. Well, in the case of a pension, I can understand, unless it's a government pension. This is what gets me too. Government workers don't even realize this. They get a paycheck based on tax money, right? And then the government steps in and double dips and then taxes that money. So they tax money. They double dip. They double dip, man. The dudes are ending up having to pay for themselves. A portion of their pay is paying themselves. That's ridiculous, man. But nobody would bother. They're so short-sighted, so myopic. People are just so fucking myopic. They can't.
Don't make me Google words, Dave.
Short-sighted. Short-sighted.
Hey, Dave.
Yes,
I have a brand new word for you.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was talking to Michelle Naikas earlier today, and I'm very ADD, right? So I'm trying to talk about a discussion and a conversation, and they make up gravity and dropity and all this crap.
Dropity, yeah.
Yeah, so when we come to your channel, we're going to have discussionations.
Discussionation.
Yes.
I like it. I'm putting that right under fuckle bumps.
Hey, I like them too.
Yeah.
Discuss.
That's that good shit.
Inatia. There we go.
No,
I even made up a good spelling for it.
Discussionation.
Oh, okay. A nation. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. There we go. We got it.
Sounds pretty scamulant to me.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
You can put it on the gravity, that Lucky's doing? The Lucky salad.
On the this right here, dark matter.
thingy,
Lucky Haskins dark matter. Now
Yeah.
with gravitol. This comes from the darkest reaches of Uranus. So for all
And that's where the Klingons hang on.
So you got to have this shit, but and it'll stop any technographical difficulties you may be having aboard your flux capacitor run vehicle.
Damn those Klingons.
Yeah, I know. It will. It comes from Uranus, and many Klingons were sacrificed to get this.
Sorry.
We're crazy. Good old shout out to my friend Lucky Haskins out there. You ever watch him?
Shout out Lucky.
Yeah, Lucky's a good dude, man. He's a good man.
I don't know Lucky, but shout out to that motherfucker.
He's a good guy. I'd go on. I'd team up with him if it's required to be 2-on-2. I'd go ahead and do Lucky Haskins as well.
Sounded sort of gay at first.
Yeah, I kind of did.
I have a question for you. Okay.
All right.
The moon is a light source, correct? Allegedly. So the sun puts out heat, correct? Well, the moon, and I just read this and it's blowing my mind. The moon puts out a cold light so that the temperatures in the shade at night are warmer than in the open. Well, last night, when we were on stream, Push asked what it was. It was like 9 below freezing here at the time. 3 hours later, it was only 6 below. So how at 1 a.m. can it be 3 degrees warmer than at 11 p.m.? 10.
Right. Well, I think
that's
gravity.
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 I think we've been over this a few times.
Like I've said before, we have it's a dynamic system, and we get different. There's little bands of warm and cold and shit for whatever reason mixing around together and coming together and equalizing. So I don't know, 2 degrees isn't a whole lot. I've heard that as well about the moonlight being, but the moon is a putrefying light, whereas the sun is a nutrifying light.
I don't know what the fuck those words are either.
Well, one means to make things rot, and the other one means to make things cured.
Grow. Yeah.
The moon is the curing one?
No. Putrefying.
The moon rots things?
Yeah.
Shit, no, that's not how that works. Think about a compost heap.
Yeah.
You need heat.
Yeah, but that's not a direction. You're looking at the wrong thing. That's the heat itself and the gas buildup of the decay of dead material. It's not the heat itself. We have variables involved there.
Suspicious of the information you're feeding me.
You can't make jerky in the moon, right? In fact, there's these different. I think you have to plant potatoes during a new moon in order for them to sprout right.
Maybe that's why my potatoes always fucking suck.
Yeah, you plant during a new moon. And what the fuck? I don't know. But there are different energies. There's a positive and a negative energy. As far as the heat, the sun having heat, I don't know if that's necessarily true or if the heat is a reaction of the earth and the sun between the two. Maybe it's an electrical effect, because here's something that's really weird. As we rise in elevation, it gets much hotter or cooler. And as we descend, like in Death Valley, the hottest place on earth, Death Valley, 280 feet below sea level, right? You could walk around in just a pair of shorts there right now, I guarantee you.
Well,
it's not going to get any lower than like 80 degrees at the coldest time. The rest of the time, it's up there in the 90s and hundreds, man. And there it is, 280 feet below, So I'm wondering if there's not a reaction between the neutrality of the earth and the positive charge of the sun and its distance from the terrain that actually is what's responsible for the different heat gradients.
Well, the other side of that coin that's puzzling, I grew up in Wyoming. So when I moved down to Georgia, it's like I never burned in the South. But I moved back to Wyoming, Colorado, Nevada. I'm outside 15 minutes and I'm sunburned. I just can in the South.
You know, it's a different angle of the sun, different angles of the sunlight you're getting. Absolutely.
Yeah, proximity to it.
And it's probably not helping things with all the bullshit that's in the air all the time. You know, that's going to cause more and more diffraction of the light, which of course is going to give you different results based on angle. It's going to exacerbate that, I think, more than it would in a normal sense if we weren't heavily chem sprayed and shit all the time, you know. Because yeah, when it's really humid and hazy out, that's when I burn. On hazy days, that's when I burn, and it makes sense too because there's that much moisture. Each one of those little droplets of water, so to speak, that's in the air is acting like having a lensing effect on that light. So yeah, I can see it's usually because I didn't burn as badly in the arid desert as I will like in Michigan in the middle of August or July. I'll turn into a lobster up there. And here too. I remember what first year here, I was working on a carpentry crew and I was just working with no shirt on, sheeting a deck, just sheeting this whole first floor deck. And boy, by the time it was quitting time, I had these little tiny, I would reach like this to rub on my back and it wasn't really sore, but my hand was all of a sudden all wet. I felt these little bumps. I had little tiny blisters all over my back, like if somebody had spritzed water on me. And then after about halfway home, boy, then I started feeling it. And I wasn't worth a shit the next day to do anything.
Yeah, that's when Mom would grab the vinegar and hose you down with it.
So yeah, like I say though, with the sun, they're curious things. I'm not even altogether certain that what we see is the actual sun or the moon, for that matter.
Well, it's not the same sun we grew up with.
No, it definitely looks different. It's got a bluer tint to it.
Hey, Dave, show them that picture I sent you.
Shit. Let's see.
You guys.
Well, it's bizarre.
It's not the same sun. Whoa.
No, what I'm saying is when I was a kid, Flow State, and even on up into the 80s, I can remember the sun in summertime was more of a warm yellowish sun. And then it seemed to change to where it was more of a bluish white hot intense sun. You know, where I mean you can feel the location of that fucker on your back just standing outside, and you used to not be like that. It'd just be warm all over your back.
I don't know. I was born in the 80s, so
the one
Dave, you know those chemtrails could be causing that effect. Couldn't they? Couldn't the aluminum?
Yeah. Let me see what we got here. Oh yeah, that's one here. Let me see. How am I gonna do this?
Maybe we're really on Tatooine. We just don't know it.
We might be.
That could be.
This guy tried to show me. He said, "See this picture of this planet? You can see the atmosphere on it." I said, "Oh wow!" So I went on Google and I looked up a picture of Tatooine. Right? The planet Tatooine, that's where Luke Skywalker lived at in Star Wars. And I pulled up this picture of the planet, and there it is in space. Ooh, look, you can see the atmosphere on Tatooine. You know, fucking thing doesn't even exist. This is your proof. You're going to show me a picture and say, see that? That's this.
Hey, Dave, you want to hear about some more programming?
Yeah, go for it.
You just mentioned like Skywalker, right? What was his last name? Anakin or whatever.
First name? That's his dad's.
That's his dad, yeah.
All right. Now, how close is Anakin to Anunnaki?
Oh, yeah. I thought that at the time, too. I remember that.
Or didn't even know what Anunnaki was at the time.
But I had no clue. I never heard of it until 2 years ago.
What, the Anunnaki?
Yeah.
That's from an old Zachariah Sitchin and his botched, what I would say, botched translations of some text came up with. Listen, they're always trying to make it anything but God. They're always trying to make it be anything but God. Okay, yeah, I know evolution's kind of crazy, but what if it had help? What if there were aliens came down and fucked the monkeys and shit? And it's like, just
I don't know that I don't think they're trying to make it be anything besides God, because God is on the table as the counterpoint. Think about it, right? If God is given to us as what we're supposed to perceive as the option that they don't want us to choose, but what one's not even on the table? That's the one that probably is.
This is the picture I think that you sent right here. Let me download that now.
The one of my dick?
No, not that one. We'll show that one later.
Okay, it's good.
Yeah,
well, I know
better. You need to use filters.
I mean, I got the angle right.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna be straight up. You need filters, bro. You need. Okay.
What's wrong with?
You're not a young man anymore, Flo. Stay.
I have a beautiful dick. I even got the trendy convertible cut.
Yeah, so this was in Thailand on the 26th of December, apparently, according to this. Now, I don't have verification of the validity of it or not, but this is rather interesting.
Well, do you have a peer review?
Well, we peered at it and reviewed it. It looks pretty cool, but how could that be?
Photoshopped pretty easily.
Maybe.
Well,
it's kind of fuzzy around that sun.
If you go to that web or that what is it, World of Science YouTube channel, they have got some of the most beautiful and phenomenal photos of like rainbow clouds and twisters that like defy the mind, and the absolute beauty, but also the brutality of nature.
Our optics. What we get errant shit all the time, like that one I showed where that guy, he's running and then all of a sudden he stops like he's tired and he reaches over and grabs that water tower that looked like it was in the background and he drinks from it and then sets it back and then continues on his run. Perspective can fuck with you hard, man, and you don't even realize it. Like that little dog that would run out every day when I come home from work. I'd see him run around the side of that church and out through the front yard. And because of the way I was going and the angle of that wire that thing was on, it actually made it look like it was doing an arc. It wasn't. It was going in a straight line. And I was going in a straight line, but the appearance of it made it go to an arc. You can get an arc out of straight lines. If you take and draw like just two lines on 90 degrees like this, and then equally put dots at a quarter inch, eighth inch, whatever, make them equal down both sides. And then if you connect the one from the top of the one leg to the one at the bottom, and then continue to do that all the way, you'll end up with this beautiful arch completely made out of nothing but straight lines.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. Show people that. I'm like, I can make an arc without drawing a circle. I can use straight lines and make an arc, and I do that. It's like, yeah, that's cool.
Why are you such a nerd?
Can I change the subject for just like 30 seconds and you can
fuck
it right?
that. No, go ahead.
Because Flow State brought up dicks, right?
Oh boy, here we go now.
Hey. You're taking it back. You get credit for this penis conversation.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do. There's a reason behind it.
What?
Dave, show Flow State.
Your
Leanne's
dick?
bag of dicks.
What?
Yeah.
Show him what?
Dave's wife Leanne is making bags of dicks to sell.
I'm confused.
Yeah, she did. I don't have them up here. She's got those downstairs somewhere and she's in bed. I'll get her to get them out and put them up here on the show again too. Yeah, they were kind of popular. She was making F-bombs too. Those are kind of cool. I sent some to Renee Bernays a few weeks ago. She was pretty excited about having those F-bombs. And she was throwing them at people.
They're adorable. You know, the don't give a F's are pretty good too, but the bag of dicks are, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was funny as shit. I was like, "What are you making over there?" And she told me she was making a bag of dicks. I was like, "Oh my god, you!" I swear to God, I've corrupted that poor woman.
I've never seen your wife. I don't even know her name, but she sounds like the right woman for you, though.
She has chronic neck pain, and it's from doing this
And it's
all the
you?
time. Yeah, it's from doing this. Always shaking her head. I had my teachers had that problem. My mother had that same problem as well.
Yeah, Katie has that problem too.
Sore neck problem.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know how she's a rule follower, and I'm a rule destroyer, obliterator. Right, just on principle, I have to break it, and it's just a weird, it's a funny combination. Every time I pull up somewhere, and I'm like, "Are you going to help me?" And she's like, "That is not our dumpster. I'm going to stay here. I'm not helping you."
Listen,
yes,
I'm the
ma'am.
one that when they tell you not to do something, I do it and take pictures.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. That's me too.
See, that's not me. I just do it. I don't want the evidence around. Fuck that.
Because I know.
And in fact, I'm gonna take your cell phones afterwards too and erase them just because I know that you fuckers are gonna get me caught up in something.
It's like some of these cop watch videos. I know I'd end up with some problems because it's like, oh my god, it's like, what is it? What's your name and badge number? I don't have to tell you. Okay, from henceforth, you're going to be known as Officer Fat Ass. Okay, so you're Officer Fat Ass. You're Officer Affirmative Action. Unless you give me your names, that's where I'm going with this, right?
That's what I called when I was in jail. The jail administrator, he was a big fat guy, Fat Dan, and he had just gotten I guess before he was just an administrator, but now when I was in jail, he was officially he was a sheriff deputy. And so he was all proud of that. He'd walk around wearing his bulletproof vest all in the jail and shit. And he was too fat for it. And so he'd have his fucking gut squeezed out the bottom of that thing looking like a douchebag while he's walking around the jail where nobody's going to shoot at him for sure, because everybody's locked up. But yeah, Fat Dan. He didn't like me. He didn't let me be a trustee.
Shame on him.
See, that's another thing. It's like, I'm not questioning your authority. I'm denying its existence. Okay.
Yeah, I wrote him a bunch of letters because I wanted to be a trustee because I wanted to get out of the cell. And he was finally he was walking in the hallway and I said, Dan, let me be a trustee. And he said, you're not ever going to get to be a trustee. You're too what word did he use? Disagreeable. You're too disagreeable. And I said, you're right. Yeah. And I agreed with him so that I could disagree with him. I don't know if he caught it though.
Okay, Daniel Becker. We gotta fill you in. No, L&Ms are not similar to Lucky Strikes. Lucky Strike cigarettes were for men. Okay. L&Ms, which stood for long and mild.
Is that what it stands for?
Yeah.
No way.
They were in direct competition with Virginia Slims, and these were.
You're making shit up.
I'm not. They were marketed to women. In fact, the Virginia Slims logo was "You've come a long way, baby."
Yes.
And showing a woman with a cigarette.
They're regular size cigarettes.
Now they are.
When I'm feeling rich, I buy Cools. Cools are my preferred cigarette. These are
ghetto smokes, bro. Cools are ghetto smokes.
I'm a ghetto motherfucker.
See, I'm a redneck, bro. I smoke them Camel Wides, man. Look at these fuckers, are big too.
Camel Wides.
Yeah.
I haven't smoked Camels since the beginning part of high school.
That's a big ass cigarette right there.
Yeah, you need something girthier, huh?
That's it, man.
Dave.
No, the reason I went to these wider cigarettes, and that's the only reason I got these, is because of the wideness, is because I'm often smoking when I'm going somewhere, right?
Okay.
And so when I get out of my Jeep, I usually leave it running. If I'm just going to run into the store or something, I just leave it running. And if I have a cigarette that's half burnt, then I just stick it in the crack of where the hood hinge is at. It's the perfect size, and it just stands there until I come out of the store. It works so good that sometimes I've forgotten the cigarette and found it there when I got home still. So that was the whole reason I went to those kind. I don't recommend
Hey,
smoking.
Dave, I want to, we're old, right? Yes, I am. So when I was talking to Michelle earlier today, I brought up green stamps. She never heard of green stamps.
Me neither.
What? Yeah, man, you go to the grocery store, you spend so much and you get a certain amount of stamps, right? Forever, how much you spend more, you get more stamps. And you'd have this little book that came with it. And then once you got that book filled up, you could trade that book or several of those books in for really cool prizes, man.
I mean,
it's
a whole
like
set of
Marlboro
silverware from Reed and Barton type of crap.
Yeah.
Nice things, not like $1 off of your groceries or gas.
No, you could get some good quality stuff off of that, and consequently, it incited people to go and spend more at the grocery store too.
Mm-hmm.
See, take advantage of those deals. They'd even offer you 2 free green stamps. With a purchase of this too. 2 extra, and you could really cash in. That was pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, the thing about the shit like that, like coupons are always for things you weren't really gonna buy anyways.
Yep.
Right. But you're gonna buy it because, well, that's such a good deal.
Well, it's $1 off.
Yeah, right. And people don't really do the math and think about it either.
It's $1 off a package of air fresheners for the car.
Right.
I know the car is new and I'm smoking cigarettes in it anyways, but it's $1 off.
Right. So you might as well. I say, save all this money. And that's what I laugh, because I wait for the thing that comes up and says skip, so I can get past the commercial, and it says save $500. And I was like, I will save $500 by not buying your fucking shit. How about that?
But you know what? I'm totally being a hypocrite, because I buy all sorts of shit because it's a good deal all the fucking time. I have 4 cars for 2 drivers, 5 if you count the fucking trailer.
I'm a sucker for neat little gadgety things, and I love little tiny miniature shit. Okay, so I've got like these little. There you go. Same here. I got that same shit like that all around my house. I got shit like what she's got right there, little plasma bulbs and whatnot. I think I showed you, if you take and put a fluorescent bulb near it, it will light up.
Yeah, I get that on your stream.
Yeah,
I got it right here.
It'll start lighting up as soon as you can see it starting to glow. Not even plugged in.
Well, I had the metal up against it. I do it the other way. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you probably don't even have to touch it. You can probably just pull it away. There you go.
Touch it.
See? And you can actually, by telling where that thing blinks out, by watching where that thing blinks out, moving around it, you can actually get an idea of what its EMF field is.
Well, maybe that's why my plant's blooming like it is.
Maybe.
I mean,
it's some electric culture going on.
Is it an onion? A blooming onion?
It's a Christmas cactus.
Oh.
I got pink and red buds. It's really unusual.
That's pretty crazy, man. Yeah, those are neat. But see, there's the fluorescing of gases. If you filled that with nitrogen, guess what color it would glow?
Blue.
Yep. Same color as the sky. How much of the atmosphere is nitrogen again? About 70%.
What color is oxygen?
Huh?
What color would oxygen make something glow?
I don't think oxygen has a fluorescence to it.
That one video I sent you, what was it, about 3, 4, 5 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Had the 4 tubes of different gases.
different gases that they'll fluoresce when exposed to a positive electromagnetic radiation.
And that would explain the aurora borealis and the southern one too.
And just think about this: the sun. Why do we have daylight before the sun is visible?
It's true.
It's because the sky's glowing. Why is the sky glowing? Nitrogen. Positive electricity. Wow.
Yeah,
So
there's a
it's,
difference between daylight and sunlight.
mhm. Yes. Even although the sun causes daylight, the light of daylight is not the result of the sun. Think about when the sun on a cloudy day, you don't see any sunlight at all, but you still have daylight, right?
You have gay light.
Gay light. So yeah, here's a funny thing I found about eclipses again. Let me just put this on here. I just wanted to show this one last thing here tonight.
I think that April one's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think they're harbingers and signs. There's some shit going on. You know, it went right. You know where they just sent the National Guard at to take over for border control operations?
North Pole?
Eagle Pass, Texas.
Uh-huh.
Right where the fucking eclipse showed totality.
The one, you mean the one
The
in
last
17?
one. This last one.
Oh, October's.
Yeah. Eagle
So
Pass.
what's going to happen in Egypt, Illinois?
I don't
isn't
know.
it funny? Egypt
They
is
seem to be. I don't know. It seems to be they're shipping a lot of these immigrants north to Chicago, which is in Illinois. So I don't know, man. We'll see. Sit back with the popcorn and see what happens. I ain't scared. I ain't scared of no ghosts.
Now, you know, we're so brilliant. We hire these politicians. They're supposed to work for we the people.
No, they're not.
You're right. But, you know, they put all of these refugees, they give them all this money a month, all of the illegals and that, you know, they made Denver a sanctuary city. We didn't have a homeless population until they did that. And all of a sudden it's like.
Well, part of it is also the fact that they're obscuring the economic impacts that there's a few things going. It's sort of like in California how they legalize drugs, but they also legalize crime at the same time. You know, so that you can see. Well, look at what happens when you legalize drugs. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, didn't the original Constitution, and I'm pulling this from memory somewhere, I don't know, it just like hit me. Didn't the original Constitution say that the senators were supposed to be appointed, not elected?
No, I don't know.
I'm not sure. It seems like I'd heard something about that before. It also used to be a separate the vice president and the president didn't run together.
Correct.
They ran separate, and so you could possibly have
both parties.
Both parties in the White House. You got a vice president from one party and the president from another.
That actually makes a lot more sense.
Of course it does. That's why they stopped doing it.
Well, that's why they say that the 13th Amendment was never ratified either, because it originally was, but they couldn't serve in Congress if they had a title. Thus, you know, bankers, lawyers, esquires, doctors, you know, that's a title. Lawyers. I mean,
what they did was they excluded from being able to participate in the vote on it all the states that were against it.
Yeah.
You know, so it was like, what the fuck, man? What are you doing? I don't know, man.
Winning this vote?
The ones that were for it.
It was a rigged game.
Of course, it always has been.
It's been a rigged game. You don't get to DC without telling.
I mean, when they was drafting up the Constitution, that was under guard in a locked room with guards around to make sure nobody was eavesdropping and shit. Nobody knew what was going on inside there.
Well, I understand that all of that. I understand that the original pilgrims, you know, and the founding fathers, they were all Freemasons, apparently.
Well, most of a lot of these elite. Well, like I've said, the whole thing was co-opted by the elite.
Right.
Let's take a look. Now, the reason the Pilgrims first came over here, they were really trying to get away from this King James guy. You see, He was about a maniac and a half. And he had people fleeing Europe for all different reasons, right? But what happened with the American Revolution was that entire thing was co-opted by the elite, which was nothing more than really controlled opposition, guised as our founding fathers, you see, because they're the ones that, after all the fighting and everything was done, they're the ones that decided, right? Not the men who went out there on the battlefield. Nobody asked them, just these elite. And they put this thing together. They conveniently had Thomas Jefferson over in France. He caught wind of this Constitution being drafted up. He came back, and that's the only reason that the Bill of Rights was put in there. He petitioned to have this Bill of Rights included into the Constitution.
He spent the rest of his life in Europe. I don't think that he spent like all of his he left his wife in America, and he spent the last few decades of his life in Europe.
Yeah,
chasing puss and playing chess and being,
I don't know European. If he spent his whole life there or not.
Not his whole life, but the
rest of his life.
Of it, yeah.
I think that was the only place that he could stay with Sally Heming, though, because it was. I mean, he really did love that woman, and it was unaccepted here, but there as a social norm.
What is
his mistress, Sally Heming, who was actually a slave.
Yeah.
You know, Dave, what's interesting, you keep talking about the Outlander series, and man, I watched that from the first episode when it came out. And the year that they didn't do it because of the C9.
Yeah, the thingy.
Yeah. I mean, I went through withdrawal that year, but, I learned more history watching that than I did in school. But the other side of that equation is, when I'm doing all this research, well, Washington, D.C. used to be called Rome, the city on seven hills.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So, and there's proof that the American pyramids and the South American are older than the Egyptians and that. So did this founding really actually happen, or is this all just another bunch of made up bull crap?
Oh, I'm sure they found it. I'm sure they found a lot of shit and they claimed it for themselves. I think they found a lot of free masonry that they repurposed and told everybody they built. That's what I think. And when I say free masonry, I'm talking about free stone and brickwork that they found. Here it is, all for free. Nobody here.
The perfect example of that is the temple in Salt Lake City.
Oh my God, yeah. 500 Mormons, men, women, children, and old people migrate out to Salt Lake City, and within 50 years have a city and a tabernacle. Now, of that group of 500, how many were skilled tradesmen, craftsmen, quarry workers, civil engineers, blah, 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 blah.
Shows what you can get done without when you're not drinking.
Yeah, there you go. And they had Jesus helping them.
Well, don't forget they had horses and buggies.
Well, that helped.
And chisels. Where are all these burial mounds of just used up chisels? Right. The world should be littered in spent chisels.
They were melted down to make something.
Gravity.
Yeah, gravity. Refractogravitational deformations. What now?
You need to put that DIA video that I sent you on your stream list to do.
The Denver International Airport. Yeah, that's some. I got in that rabbit hole years back, before I was even into flat Earth. Soon after it was constructed.
OG Truth or Flex.
And wow, man. Yeah, there's a lot to that. I'll tell you another one that's pretty deep to go down to is look into the Mothers of Darkness Castle in the Ardennes Forest in Belgium. And
Is that got another name?
Yeah, I forget what Chateau
de la Pue.
I forget what it's
I
what
read
the
about
name
that,
of it is. But you can find it. Just put in Mothers of Darkness Castle.
Oh yeah, that thing's dope.
Yeah, I read that when I was searching the hunting parties. What I'm referring to? Oh, that was
the bad shit is always in there. Think about all the men just in 1944 that died in the Ardennes forest.
Yes.
Or when the Visigoths fought the Romans in the Ardennes forest, there's been a lot of strife and turmoil, negative psychic, human, emotional energy spent in that forest. And this place is really, really some spooky shit, man.
Well, and look at all the people that disappear from national parks yearly.
Yeah.
Like, how does this happen?
It's Anunnaki Jew lizards from Nibiru. It's obvious.
It's something, huh?
Don't accept the bagels and lox.
And don't be boarding no spaceships either.
That's my big go-to, but that's for Flo's sake, because right there I just wrapped about 5 different conspiracy theories in one statement for him. You know, he says I go after them all.
No, I already know.
But no, there's a lot of stuff if I run it through, and usually the official story is no different. When I run it through the filters of logic, reasoning, and
hubris,
common sense,
and plausibility.
I mean, you start to find that, okay, that's not true. That's not true. But the thing is, when I tell people, you know, this is the first thing you get. Listen, man, the Earth's not a globe. Okay. Well, then tell me every single thing about it then. Right now. You know, I'm like, holy fucking God, really? You know?
That is exactly what happens.
They do. Explain a sunset, a rainbow, and then they'll start getting some really stupid shit. Well, if the Earth's flat, how come horses drink water standing up? You know, and he's like, what the fuck has that got to do with the shape of the Earth at all? You know, but it's like
tides.
What it comes down to is that they don't want to hear that shit. Here's why I think it's that, and you have to diffuse all this shit, or else I'm not going to.
It's a religion. I think Globe Earth serves exactly the same purpose as the Trinity. You have to teach people this shit young, so that they grow up into adults who are able to trust authority over their own experience and over logic. Something like the Trinity or the solar system is not internally consistent.
Right. It contradicts itself. There's too many contradictions. This is why I hear all these people say, well, Jesus is God. And I'm like, wait a second. Then who is he praying to?
Father, you have forsaken me. What's that about?
He's up on the cross there and he says, oh, me, why have you forsaken me? What? Come on, man. That's some double talk. That's mind fuckery.
What do we mean that he sent his son to die on the cross and there's one God and they're both God?
Right. I'm like, come on. There's more to that. If you really start looking into the astrozodiological aspect of the Christian teachings, you start to understand what it really is. You know, it's a worship of the risen sun.
I get it.
The risen sun who walks across the water directly to you. You have your own personal relationship with this risen sun. If you and I are standing on a beach and we're 500 yards away from each other and we see a sunset come up, that sun is walking across the water right to my feet. And you know what? He's doing the same thing to you. But that can't be. How can we both be seeing the exact same thing and we're 500 yards apart? And as I walk toward you, he follows me. He walks with me, right? All the way right to you. So what happens at Christmas, right? The 21st of December.
Yep.
The sun died. It's gone. And then 3 days later, we have the birth of the risen sun. On December 25th, it starts making its progression north. Our salvation is on its way. You see, the risen sun is coming for our salvation. And it does. It brings warmth and life and new growth. Just like you see, it's all there. He had 12 disciples, right? 12 months. There's actually supposed to be 13, but these are the ones that put us into this whole fucking calendar to begin with. And each one of those disciples represents one of the zodiac symbols. For instance, Judas is Cancer. Okay. The Scorpion, right? Or is that
Scorpio?
Scorpio.
Cancer's the crab.
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, Scorpio, the scorpion. Okay. Now the scorpion in the Middle East, when they sting you, it looks like a kiss mark. They're a different species than here. And it looks like a little kiss mark that's known as the kiss of death. How did Judas betray Jesus? He kissed him on the cheek.
Yeah, but
right?
Dave, stop. I'm gonna interject right there. You know, Leviticus says that the price for a man, you know, a man's worth is 50 shekels, 50 pieces of silver. A woman's is 30. So why was Judas paid a woman's price?
Fascinating.
Good question.
Why would men be worth more than women? You can't fuck men. I can't fuck. I mean, I just can't.
It's the same reason. Listen, this is kind of fucked up, but it is for the same reason as a bull fetches a higher price than a cow.
Oh, I get you.
It's just
logistics.
And when you're talking about people in that context, and they do at the elite level, we are nothing more than chattel.
For sure.
That's it.
Now,
and unfortunately, the males
we
are worth
still
more
are.
than the females. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In a chase. You got Chase Bank. That's what a chase is. A chase is a enclosed area that you keep animals in.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Some pretty crazy shit. You look into where do they get these words? Why do they use this word? You know? Now I want to show this real quick about this eclipse, and then we'll come on with this. But the thing is, we know that our dead Greek guy that probably never even existed, the one that Illuminati, no, I'm talking about Eratosthenes.
Oh, that fool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy with the sticks and the shadows and all that nonsense that I think is just made up. Like a lot of these guys are just made up.
I'll bet he used fudge sickle sticks.
I don't think it ever happened. I don't think the fucking shit ever happened. I don't think the guy really existed.
Probably not. Same with Einstein.
A lot of the
You just haven't had enough education.
I mean, some of these old Greek people that they pull out of history and shit as these greats and everything that are really overly represented in our education system. They're really overly represented and touted. And I have to wonder if they even really fucking existed, or if it's just a story that they made up to put into the education system. So this guy, he apparently had to be dealing with parallel sun rays, which nobody's ever witnessed on Earth, parallel sun rays. And the Globers, they like to say, well, yeah, they are, except for when there's an eclipse, and then they're fucking divergent. You know, it's like, oh, okay, then.
So why can't I see a triangular rainbow or a square rainbow, you know, or a hexagram rainbow?
Gravity.
There he goes, gravity. See, that's what happens on here. I hear
well,
that.
Why doesn't gravity pull it down in the middle?
Refraction.
Over.
See, this is easy. Being a Glober is easy. I just gravity, refraction, parallax, bong hit. There it goes.
Regurgitation.
There it is.
Heliocentric theory. A lunar eclipse is formed when the Earth is interposed exactly between the Sun and Moon. The Earth then casts its shadow on the Moon, thus causing the lunar eclipse. But this explanation has already been refuted by Frederick Henry Cook in his book, The Terrestrial Plane. He writes, according to the heliocentric theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, the Earth, and the Moon are in a straight line. But it is documented that since the 15th century, more than 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon were still visible above the horizon. In other words, the Sun and the Moon were visible at the same time in the sky while the Moon was eclipsed. For example, on July 19th of 1750, in Paris, observers saw an eclipsed moon while the Sun was clearly seen in the sky above the horizon. The same thing happened in the eclipses of April 20th of 1837, September 20th of 1700, June 16th of 1666, November 3rd of 1648, and July 17th of 1590. Also, a recent documented event occurred on August 16th of 1989 in Hawaii, where the partially eclipsed moon could be seen rising while the sun was still setting. That means the sun, the earth, and the moon were not aligned while the lunar eclipse occurred. So it is impossible that the eclipse was caused by the earth's shadow being projected onto the moon.
So that kind of blows their fucking story. I want to know what the hell's up there with it. There's some kind of a dark object, one or more maybe, that we don't see normally until it passes between us and one of the luminaries.
You know, that brings up an excellent point too, because I didn't realize that the solar eclipses all occur on a new moon. If you can't see the moon, how the hell can it eclipse the sun? I mean,
Well, they say that it's all dark.
To me. Huh?
They say
Sorry.
it's all dark and everything, but there again, I have that question of why is there no illumination of the moon from the reflection of the earth happening? Yes. I mean, after all, the earth's not in total darkness. So that don't make any sense either. You know, there's something else there. There's obviously something else there, and I'd like to know what it is. And yeah, sometimes it is the moon passing in front of the sun. Sure. But we see other times that it's not. So I think we have more than just two kinds of eclipses. And we're just saying one's one, you know, putting them in two categories. You know what I mean? Fascinating subject. And the whole thing about saying that, the only way to know where there's an eclipse and everything is because of a fucking globe. And I'm like, then no, man, it goes off the Soros cycle. This was developed by the fucking ancient Babylonians, man. 5,000 years ago, they had this shit worked out and they were flat earthers. I don't know what to tell you. You know, this shit that they say, this can only work on a globe. This can only mean, it's like, watch out for that. Because when they say that, it's like, no, that's not the only way that can happen. You know, you that's an assumption you're making. So
I read something so intriguing yesterday or the day before, and I haven't had time to research it enough yet to see if it's true. But I read that they found an ancient Chinese calendar that talks about the sun rising from the north.
Wow.
Now, wouldn't that kind of like upset the apple cart?
You say this was Chinese?
Yeah, it said that they found this. It's the oldest calendar ever found, and it's Chinese.
Maybe they took that reading laying down. No, just kidding.
Too funny. Well, you know, it's like you see all of these. You know, it's the Bible says that there's nothing new under the sun since the Watchers. And you look at these old hieroglyphics and all the cuneiform tablets and all of that, you know, and it talks about, I believe it's in the Book of Enoch, when they're talking about the iron chariots. Those are what we call UFOs. There's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
Oh, hello. So,
you know, I got into that in the 70s. I ran across a book by Eric von Däniken called Chariots of the Gods.
Yes.
And I read that. I was just in grade school, you know, maybe sixth grade, getting ready to go into seventh. And I was reading this, Chariots of the Gods. And I was like, that's interesting, you know. And then later on, they come out with that, remember the show Battlestar Galactica? Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, those are some interesting names of these characters. Cassiopeia, Adama, Admiral Adama, which is Adam. And you had Apollo. And I was like, this is fucking crazy. And they're in search of a mythical Earth, right? That was what it was. In their culture, Earth was a myth, but they were in search of it, you know, as the last oasis for the humans because the Cylons were killing off everybody. And I was like, and it fit right into that, you know, ancient aliens, you know, that we're all through the universe and all this other shit. It was pretty compelling, you know, but now I look at it.
Do you want to know another predictive programming that probably most don't even think about now? What the hell was it? it wasn't voyage to the center of the earth. It was like the incredible voyage, but it was a spaceship they put inside your body.
Yeah. Fantastic Voyage.
There you go.
Fantastic Voyage. Yeah, I loved that movie, man.
Now,
That when
what
I
are
was a
they?
kid,
What are
they
they?
microsized that submarine and then put it in a hypodermic needle and put it into this guy. And they were going to go in there and do some kind of microsurgery or some kind of shit like that. It was pretty cool. They were getting attacked by antibodies and having to shoot them off with like some kind of torpedoes they had on board and shit. It was pretty cool. That was a cool.
All right, now
is micro-size the official term?
Micro eyes, I guess, or miniaturize.
Everything that you just said has happened within the last 4 years. Well, it's been going on longer than that.
They ain't inject no fucking, oh yeah, they ain't made no submarine, shrunk it down and stuck it in somebody, with people in it.
But that's exactly what the nanotechnology.
Yeah, kind of.
And if you look into the graphene in the black goo, it's like, it's kind of disgusting.
I don't know. Yeah, self-assembling circuitry and shit like that. That's pretty crazy, man. Daniel Watkins says he has a Chariots of the Gods movie. Was that put out? I'm just asking if you haven't. I think there was a production company called Sun Pictures that they put that one out. They used to put there was movies you could go see that were kind of like almost In Search Of. Remember the TV show In Search Of? But they had that one. They'd have another one on the search for Bigfoot and
yes,
shit like that. And you go to the theater and see them. And I remember me and my dad look at each other and go, "Oh boy, another Sun Productions," because we were into that. My dad, he never could come on to the idea about the Earth being not a planet and all this other dumb shit. He never really could get that. He would sit there in his room smoking on a vape, THC vape, and watching Ancient Aliens. And all day, all night. I made him up a little honorary degree from some made-up university in studies of ancient alien technology. And I put it on his wall, had it framed and shit. But yeah, he was that poor old guy. He'd get so mad, angry when I bring that shit up and say, "No, that's not how shit works, Dad. There's no way." And he'd go, "Yes, it is," because he really read all these books and everything. I mean, he was all in with that fucking space and theoretical physics and all that shit.
I have an interesting story for you. When I first began nursing back, 91, I had a patient
Heliocentric theory
that I had for like 3 months, and he had apparently worked for the CIA. And he died on me, but I'd never seen anybody so paranoid. He would tell me that like the sprinklers in the room were cameras watching him, and you're looking back, there was some validity to that crap.
Yeah. He knew about shit before it was really mainstream stuff. What do you know about monatomic gold?
Not heard of it.
Really? Okay.
I don't.
So I just ran across this little 1-minute thing on it, but from what I understand about this stuff is that it's by taking away the gluons at the atomic level of the gold, it is in a monatomic state. In other words, it doesn't know what it wants to be.
Wow.
And they were producing this shit apparently in Egypt and mixing it with a bread that they called mufkat. That the only people permitted to eat this was the priests and pharaohs. And it repairs your telomeres in your DNA and stops aging. And it also is like has a connection to other realms. And this guy tells a little story. I'd heard this before about where they heated the shit up. Let me let him tell it. It's pretty interesting.
Monoatomic gold goes into a different dimension. When we find this monoatomic substance, we can manipulate it with the energy in our own bodies. Between 700 and 800 degrees Celsius, this pile of white fluffy powder vanished from sight. They thought that it just disappeared from sight. So they wiped the pan clear, cleaned it, thinking that maybe they just disrupt it or disturb it. When they started bringing the temperature down, the pile of fluffy powder reemerged where it disappeared from. What this tells us that between 700 and 800 degrees Celsius, monoatomic gold goes into a different dimension. And this is critical information to why the Anunnaki were obsessed with monoatomic gold and not the shiny metallic gold that most of us are obsessed with. Monoatomic gold.
I highly suggest people look into that stuff, man. What's this?
You know, that actually makes some sense too. You know, if you believe in interdimensional, which I do, because, you know, that's where demons come from and that. But what's interesting, and you were talking about this the other day, you know, all of the old Capitol buildings, including the one, you know, I grew up in Cheyenne, the capital of Wyoming, smallest capital there is, but all of them had a 24 karat gold foil on the domes originally, which would conduct your electricity in that.
Okay, I lost most of that because everything turned into. They're showing me up here. I've got poor internet connection. Probably the temperature outside's fucking with things. But yeah, they all seem. I think that's really quite strange too. That all these Capitol buildings always look the same with this domed roof, little cupola on the top of it, usually coated with a noble metal or made of a hexagonal crystalline structure such as marble or granite. Really telling, very telling. There's something going on there that would be, you would think. And even like when you look in the old days, like Wyoming and shit, there's still to this day not very many people there, but here's this Capitol building that looks the same as all these other fucking Capitol buildings. And I'm wondering if they weren't all just nodes of a fucking power grid, each one of them.
You know, Cheyenne, it's interesting because that's where I grew up. That's where I went to school. 75, when I graduated, there was only 50,000 people there. Well, guess what? There's still only about 55,000. I think there's 5,000 more. But if the Air Force Base were not there.
Oh, yeah. What else? Yeah, it's because, you know, unless you're a rancher. Exactly. Or something like that. There's not really anything else out there to do, you know, unless you
skiing, I guess, you know, one fishing of the cities, and that. But
yeah, in the tourist industry or something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it would be a little bit of a rough.
Well, and you know, those columns, they're marble, and you're not going to find a scratch or a nick. How do they get them polished and so smooth with, you know, hand tools? Yeah.
Yeah, hand tools. You just got out there and just polished it up, you know. What the fuck? Yeah, some of this shit that they tell you is really kind of crazy.
I mean, would you about have to sandblast it or something to? I don't know. Put it in a rock tumbler.
I've been meaning to go down and talk to a gravestone guy, you know, about what all's involved with, you know, some of these different works that you do. You're dealing with, you know, granite and marble and shit like that. And, you know, you're doing etchings and carvings and things in it, you know. I want to know a little bit more about that, you know, and see what's done. And then compare it to what I'm told the technological level of the people from the time period at which you're telling me this comes from had. And, you know, oftentimes you're going, no, I'm not seeing it, man.
Have you seen that video? It's of a rock that was found in Area 51 within the last decade. And it's dark brown. It was laying out in the desert and that, and this guy picks it up. And he's had it, they've done all these tests on it, but it's magnetic. He's got like these two little holes on it, and it matches the hieroglyphics found over across the pond and down in South America and that. But you put like your little pin over the over one of the circles and it spins clockwise. You put it on the other and it goes counterclockwise. And it's got magnetic field, but they have no idea what it's made of.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
Crazy, man. Do you know about them finding Gilgamesh's body back in 2003?
Well, no, I know that they found his tomb.
Yeah, he said he got his body and shit too.
Well, that video I sent you a couple days ago, it talks about the DNA and all of that.
Yeah.
It specifically talks about them wanting to get all of these mummies and that to bring them back to life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's their goal. Well,
I think that's what this was about here. This is a thing. This is Gilgamesh's thing, supposedly. I did hear about that years back when they went in there. That whole raid, supposed looting of the Baghdad Museum, that wasn't a looting at all. That was, we looted it all right, but covered it with look at these people looted this place.
Well, I read that they were trying to bring back Satan when Notre Dame caught on fire. That a man was up on the roof and there's pictures of him running around and the lightning or something hit it and it was
I didn't know Satan had gone anywhere. It seemed like he's making his presence known every fucking day here. Jeez.
Yeah, pretty much. Huh?
I don't know what this is going, maybe. Let's see.
Very shortly before the Iraqi War, archaeologist George Fossbeimer discovered a tomb back in 2003 that they believed to be the ancient giants that roamed the earth. Now, this excavation was found in an area that used to be covered up in the Euphrates River, and they found the body of what was believed to be King Gilgamesh in Enkidu, along with the tomb. If you don't already know, Gilgamesh was buried at the bottom of the Euphrates River. Gilgamesh was the fifth post-Diluvian ruler who built the great temples and cities, and also restoring Uruk, today known as Iraq, after the Great Flood. In the Bible, he was known as Nimrod. Gilgamesh was 2/3 god and 1/3 human. His mother was a goddess, and his father was a human king of Uruk. Many of the structures that were excavated around the tomb was described in the Epic of Gilgamesh. His body was found with Enkidu. Shortly after the discovery, the United States government took over the site with the war. Testing of the body's DNA was sent to laboratories, and it was never heard of again.
I think there's more.
Well, leaked emails to Hillary Clinton shows that the powers that be just might have had a reason to keep this discovery a secret.
Now you can see here, it says, this is from Denitra Senegar. That's who it's from. This is to Hillary Clinton. Important for context. And then it says, well, you can read it there. And you see what it says? I mean, requesting documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh, the location of his body, and the location of the buried Nephilim.
Want to know what's even weirder? Witnesses claimed that the military immediately set up an encampment around the grave of Gilgamesh as soon as they landed in Iraq. They reportedly sent reporters and locals out of the region and pretty much overran the entire area. Some witnesses also claim that the military began excavating items from the site, moving them to an undisclosed location. And besides all this, reports of the discovery of Gilgamesh's grave were pretty much wiped off the internet. It was basically like this thing never existed. To be fair, this might also...
Requesting the documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh. Same Gilgamesh that I told you years ago. They found his body in Iraq and he disappeared.
You know, Dave, what's really interesting about that stuff is you can look at pictures of like Tesla and all these other people. and there's other people that look identical to them. And
Mhm.
I've read that like the Titans and that,
Mhm.
because they're not eternal, they're immortal. They keep getting reborn. But I watched the video that Mud Fossil University did the other day, and he was, and I got to go back and read the Book of Jubilees again. But he said that in there, it basically explains that 10% of the watchers or something were reserved to test us in the last days. Makes perfect sense.
There's from Denetra D. Senegar requesting documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh, the location of the body and the location of the buried Nephilim. Is that a FOIA request?
Well, they're allegedly buried down in Antarctica.
I've heard that as well. I've also heard that there's some in underneath China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. That's a creepy fucking place.
I read today that the underground dumps, they use that maglev technology that you can get from LA to DC in 15 minutes. It's only like 30 minutes from DC to Rome, apparently.
Yeah, running underneath. Yeah, it used to be right over here in West Virginia was a place called the Greenbrier. It's still there, the Greenbrier Hotel, and there was a continuity of government, a COG, whole Congress room and everything, and barracks for people in a bunker underneath of this place, and a train that goes all the way from DC out here to Greenbrier, West Virginia.
Well,
and it goes fast. I mean, it's underground. I mean, Christ almighty. And I think they took advantage of the huge cave system that's through here, because this whole area of the country is just honeycombed with caverns and cave systems. They got one right up just south of here. They call it Endless Caverns, and they've never been able to provision spelunkers with enough shit to go to the end to find where it comes out at. So what they did is they put this special kind of dye in the water that runs through there, and a short while later it came out in Mammoth Caves, Kentucky.
Wow.
Yeah. So right over here, we have Luray Caverns right here, right where I live, and this place is dotted with them. That was found by accident. Dude's cow stepped through through a hole and it broke through. And they went out there to retrieve the cow, and the guy went down in there. And at first he was scared because there's this big, huge white formation that they call the bridal veil. And he thought it was a ghost at first or some shit. And then they got to looking around, and it's way back. There's huge tours and shit that go in there. Really. So they got the stalactites and the stalagmites they have in this area. They're tuned. Okay. And they have little
seen
rubber
the video on that.
Yeah, the stalacpipe organ, and it's really quite a unique sound. You can listen to it on YouTube. You can actually buy CDs of music and shit. And at Christmas, they do Christmas music. It's really haunting. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. They play the cave.
While you're talking about music, that video I sent you with that guitar submerged.
Yes.
Can you imagine what the heavenly sounds like?
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, the thing is that it's an emotion. Okay. Music is nothing more than audible emotion. That's it. And this is why music invokes feelings. It can change behavior.
Yes, it can.
It absolutely can, and this is why you see people that they limit themselves to one type of music, and they'll usually start to reflect a personality that's consistent with that vibration of that type of music. You take like your death metal people, right? They're spiky and unapproachable, right? It's the kind of thing, so people tend to resonate in an emotional state that's consistent with the vibrations they're resonating with, and in a lot of cases that's music. We know that that's important to the point where watch a movie that has no music in it, no musical backscore or anything like that, and it's kind of weird.
Or just turn off the music and just watch the movie and see if your heart reacts to those scary scenes.
Exactly.
Like it says before.
Well, just like if you watch Friends without the laugh track, it's fucking stupid.
Well, I never watched it.
It really is. And that Ross guy without the laugh track, Ross comes off as a goddamn psychopath.
Oh my goodness.
He really does. You can find Friends without the laugh track on YouTube. I think you really can. Let me see if I can do a search real quick. And then I'm going to shut this down here in a minute. Let's see.
Well, while you're looking, we have had an excellent discussionation tonight.
Yes, we have. Absolutely. Wow, found it for me. Like here, Friends without the laugh track, Ross. Okay. This is only like here's a 51-second clip, and you'll see. This one is Ross is a pedophile. All right. Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. Watch this, and it's without the laugh track, and you'll see what I'm saying. I didn't believe it at first either, because I was like, come on, that show's funny, and I was like, no, it's not. Oh, let's see. I have to do this first. There he is. Oh, wait. It helps if we have sound, doesn't it?
Hi.
Hi.
One vegetarian pizza. It's $12.15.
Oh. By the way, if it makes you feel any better, I happen to like 8-year-old boys.
What?
Oh, I mean, no. You said you thought that your hair looked like an 8-year-old boy's, and I'm just saying I like it. The hair.
Thanks. You know, all I'm looking for is the money.
Now stop bringing us pizzas, you.
I'm gonna try.
See what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, you don't think about it, right? It's just like, okay, that wasn't really funny. What are we doing here?
It's right there in your face too.
Like here's this one. This is yeah, this is kind of good. This is good. And so you can kind of understand how they'll insert a laugh track or a musical score in order to get your feeling that the reaction they want out of you emotionally. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you watched a really romantic scene that's happening that we would consider, oh, that's one of the movie's most romantic scenes, right? Replace the music with Mr. Rogers' Wonderful Day in the Neighborhood and watch and see what happens to your emotions. It'll fuck you up, man. It's like, no, this doesn't work, man. What are you doing?
So imagine what happened if you took like a clip from like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and put it in there.
Right. Start putting some, yeah, right. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. He's like chopping people up and shit. Yeah, I think Quentin Tarantino played with that a little bit, I think, in Natural Born Killers. He played with that a little bit because that scene where Woody Harrelson and Juliette Lewis are killing her parents, and the music is like from a sitcom, you know, da na 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 da na, you know, like that. It's just like this makes it creepy. This makes it way too creepy. But here's another one with no laugh track.
Okay, ladies, that ends today's class. And let's remember, let's be safe out there.
Great class. Thanks, man. Yeah, I was watching. Hey, Hey, a couple of questions though. You know about that last move where that woman tripped you and then pinned you to the floor? What would you do next?
Well, then she'd take the keys and try to jam them in you.
No. What would you do next?
Who, me, the attacker?
Yes, that's right.
Why?
I tried attacking 2 women, did not work. It's okay. I mean, they're my friends. In fact, I was married to one of them.
You attacked your ex-wife?
Oh, no. I tried. Maybe we could attack them together.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Nowhere to run.
I don't like sitting up here. I'm gonna go over. No, Rachel, they got here first. Why is Ross doing that?
Danger!
Oh my God! Why is he jumping on those women? We should help them. I don't think they need any help.
I don't think they need any help.
Not funny. Right?
You're muted.
Oh.
No. Well, the only funny line was he doesn't, they don't need any help because they're kicking his butt.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, it was, but
people watch that show.
Because it told them at the right times when to laugh and how to view the situation. Okay. If you'd have put creepy music to it, you'd see that guy is more of a psychopath than he appeared to be without any soundtrack at all, or even an audience gasping would even do it. You see, this is how they guide your perception. This is a show people were freaking out about. Remember, I mean, it's such a big thing that even in that Leave the World Behind, that's all the one character cared about, was being able to see friends, being able to see the end, the final episode of the season. Oh my God, the season finale. I'm going to miss it. Right? Why? It's some fucking dumb shit, man. Really?
Do you know what? It really makes me question, because, we grew up that like 11 o'clock at night during the week, the flag ceremony, and the national anthem came on. And then you got that little screen there that stayed on until the next morning. What on earth are they programming into our brain during that? That's what I'm wondering. You're muted.
Jesus Christ, it was green. During the national anthem, they were programming you. They've taken and slowed down because there was no singing. I don't know what they were expecting us to get up at 1 o'clock and stand up in the middle of the night and have a patriotic moment and sing along, but there was nobody singing. It was all instrumental. Right. Scenes of America and the lyrics to the song that was playing, the national anthem, at the bottom of the screen. And what they found is when slowed down through the transition, which is designed subliminally so that your subconscious picks it up, and it said things such as God is government, obey government, insurrection will not be or rebellion will not be tolerated.
Wow.
Things like that. Government is watching. Pay your taxes, shit like that. And it was all within the transitioning of the different verses. So your subconscious is the only thing that picks it up. But when you slow that down, I'll show a clip of it another night on here. I've shown it before, where they slow it down and there it is. You can see it plain as day. Government is God. Trust the government. Pay your taxes. Consume. I mean, it's like right out of They Live. I'm not kidding you. So they've been doing this for a long time. Manipulation of your mind. You start recognizing the different techniques they use. You'll start going, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know why you're doing this. And it doesn't work on you anymore.
Well, I wonder what that buzz was. Remember, it go at the end and go, dee.
I don't know, man.
It's like,
If you slow it
was
way
either-
down, it was probably an entire fucking big long paragraph of shit just sped up real fast.
Well, it was irritating to listen to. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah. Well, this is a way of saying, turn that fucking thing off and go to sleep. Yeah, you can't really sleep with that.
Well, no, but that always followed the Twilight Zone. You couldn't go to bed till
Right,
the Twilight Zone was over.
Yep, and then they come on. This ends another broadcast day at WXYZ TV Detroit. Right? Here we go. Shit.
And there wasn't even any. And now for the rest of the story.
And you're sitting there going, fuck, it's late. TV's over even. Shit. Now TV's never over. It's always gone. Get your programming right here any time of day. Get programmed for free.
I don't even think people pick up books hardly anymore to read.
No. And I'll tell you what, there's something to be said for that paper and ink. They can't change it on you. Well, the system can't, but somebody changes shit because we know the Bible changed. We know that
Admit it.
The portrait.
You were so close to admitting that Mandela is self-gaslighting and groupthink.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
No way.
No,
way.
I'll tell you what, especially like that with the portrait of Dorian Gray becoming the picture of Dorian Gray. This is a lot of people wouldn't catch this. This is because they don't know the difference between what a picture and a portrait is. Okay.
Well, Dave, I grew up in the church for 6 decades. I didn't leave it till 4, 5, 6 years ago. I don't remember Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah 11 ever saying God created evil. Well, it does now.
Yeah.
But who reads the Bible, really?
Well, I did.
Well, a lot of people claim they do.
Yeah.
But
atheists read it because they're argumentative and they're mad at God.
Yeah.
Christians don't.
Well, the thing is that religion and God have so little to do with one another. It's not even funny.
True.
Right?
True.
Would you say? I don't know.
It really is. It's like, okay, I have no doubt that I was created by a benevolent force.
Yes.
Okay. A benevolent intelligence. Now,
And he decided you needed to come out of a vagina.
Yeah, but think about this. This is what the remarkable thing is that spark of life. That spark of life, that consciousness. I'm not talking about the meat suit. I'm not talking about the biological biocomputer avatar that my consciousness inhabits. Okay, I just need this thing to survive in this 3D reality. But is this really me? No. It's just one of an expression of a billion different expressions of the unique and ultimate possibilities. Infinite awareness having an experience as this. See?
Well, I think that we ignore a lot of the things that we've heard growing up, like the pen is mightier than the sword. Well, the spiritual warfare that we're in is a keyboard war, basically. It's a keyboard war between good and evil. It's a war of words.
In my mind, it's a war. In what I fight against is this evil. Okay?
Yes.
If something is evil, I'm against it. Okay. I want what's good. I want what's just, and I want what's right.
Yes.
And even to my own peril, I will go to achieve these things. You see, do I come on here and talk about these truths because I'm trying to win a fucking popularity contest? No, this is one of the most unpopular things it could ever possibly be because it's unpleasant to a lot of people. It takes away their comfort blanket. But if your comfort blanket, listen, your blankets don't really stop ghosts. Okay, so stop. You're not 5 anymore.
Well, and the beauty of that.
You don't know that about the blankets. You can't prove that the blankets don't work.
I'm blowing Flow State's whole reality right now.
Well, the beauty
You're
of
blowing
that, though,
something.
Dave,
You can't let your toe stick out. They'll touch you. They'll get you.
All right, I'll try this again. The beauty of that is 99% of the people in your chat fall into that category. They are the exception to the norm.
Yep.
And that's why I love this chat family, as I call it, because they're like-minded people. And they're all inherently good, which is not the norm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we see a lot of people that they're out there and they'll do whatever. The end justifies the means. Whatever it takes, whoever's got to be
just doing my job.
It's exploited to get to a position or a trinket that I wish for. That's where they're at. They're too immersed in the worldly desires and not balancing it out with the spirit. And the only way you can balance it out with the spirit is to learn to be benevolent. That's just it. And how do you be benevolent? If you have it and can spare it, then share it. When someone's in need, it doesn't mean just go around looking for people to give your shit to. I'm not saying that. There's all sorts of types of benevolence that you can do on a daily basis. Even things as simple as, you're going into the store and the lady right next to you just got done putting her groceries in the thing. Grab her cart for her and take it back into the store with you. Don't go put it in the fucking stall. Take it into the store. You're going there anyways, right? Little shit like that makes a difference, man. And if everybody just did little shit like that, you'd see a remarkable difference. And the thing is because it's such a cool thing and you feel good and everybody feels good about the whole thing that was done, that people go, yeah, I want more of that. That's addictive. I want to do good things. You see?
Well, the problem is most people judge wealth on what's in your bank account, the car you drive, the home you live in. True wealth is how your ability to love, your ability to forgive, and how much you are loved in return. And nothing compares to that. And that's true wealth.
That's the truest values. That's got the most value to it. Yes, we need things. And we have to have what they call money or whatever in order to interact and do this commerce that we're forced into actually doing. But the reality of it is this isn't really our natural state.
No, and we wouldn't need money if there weren't greedy people.
God damn it.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. That's just you're doing some Jack Talcott bubble-headed shit with that.
Well, no, I understand where she's coming from because this is actually really it's a prescribed value that's given to you at a very young age.
No, it's not. It's a resource.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it converts into resource. It's a tool for resources.
Like you need, like I was saying, it's a requirement in order for you to get the necessities that you need. But my point is this, okay? You always want what you need, of course.
Right.
But most often people do not need the things that they want. Okay.
Correct. But
and
that's not money's fault. That's because people are stuck in their root chakra.
That's why I correct people when they use the biblical passage of money is the root of all evil. No, it doesn't say that. It says the love of money. Okay. Because that causes an imbalance in the spirit. You then begin to.
And when we blame it on money, though, we have an inaccurate assessment of the problem. And so we can't address it. That's why I run around all over my life trying to whack down this concept that money is bad.
Right. No, it's your lust for it. And of course, we know greed, lust, envy, all get associated when it comes to money, right? We have lust, we have envy, we have greed, we end up with sloth. It does seem that if you're not careful, it's just like fire. Okay, it's just like fire. You need fire so that you can be warm and so that you can cook your food and so that you can light your way, right? But too much fire will burn your fucking house down, man. You see, so there again, the duality that's involved with everything within the Hermetic principles has a duality. There's a positive and there's a negative. Water, with all the elements, water, we need it to stay alive. We use it. We bathe in it, right? But it can also kill you. You can drown. It can come up in a tidal wave and destroy your home. You can flood you out. So it has a duality. The same thing with fire. Same thing with the ground. We need the earth. We grow things from it, but sometimes it can violently heave up and destroy everything. So there is a duality and a balance to everything.
Well, and the thing that's interesting about that, none of the indigenous peoples need money or had it. They traded goods and services.
That's worse. That's worse. It's the same concept. It's just less efficient.
Nobody wants my blueberry pies. A great little, I'll call it a documentary, and I think it should be shown in schools. Have you ever seen The True History of the Federal Reserve or Secrets of the Federal Reserve? It's a cartoon.
Is that the one that came out not too long ago?
It's the one where the guy comes to him and he's in a DeLorean, like Back to the Future, and he shows him the whole history of banking and how he got into the mess that he's in with his house getting foreclosed on.
No.
Oh, let me look it up real quick and I'll put the link in. This is great. Maybe we'll just watch it real quick.
Give me the link. I don't think that I've got time. I'm about to bounce out.
All right, let me see.
But I do want the link.
Let me see. Secrets of the Federal Reserve cartoon. Come on. You got, there it is. The collapse of the American dream, they call it. Let me grab this. Let's see. This one is 10 million views. Okay, yeah, we'll get this one. This is the first one that was out there. I'm going to share. I'm going to copy. I'm going to put it in here. I'm putting it in the regular chat, and I'll put it in the private chat too.
10-4.
Yeah, this is really good. And I think they should show it in school. Now, it's a few years old. I think it first came out. The one I just sent you has been on YouTube now for 13 years. Okay. And what's really cool, yeah, I think they should show it in the schools. And it's really cool because they depict the Rothschild banks as like this dragon of like a hydra with all these different heads. But if you look, you can tell each one of the heads is like as a banker, a famous banker, or a head of the Federal Reserve. You got Ben Bernanke, and you see Janet Yellen, and you see all these fucking people's are different heads on this hydra. And it shows that like every time you cut one off, more grow back, you know.
Oh my heavens.
But yeah, shit, it's about a half hour long. You know what I had to do is show that tomorrow. I should show that tomorrow. That's what I'll do.
That'd be an awesome.
Let me see. Did I put this in the regular chat?
Don't forget to grab your bag of dicks too.
Yeah. Remind it.
Grab a bag of dicks for me.
Oh my god. Yeah, if I can get these off the ground, the old lady can sell.
I want to know what a fuck bomb is too.
Okay, they're F bombs. They're little crocheted black bombs with a little fuse on them, and they have a F crocheted into the side in red, and you can take your F bomb and throw it at somebody, so that you don't have to put money in the swear jar.
You know,
I was thinking of something like a glitter bomb, but filled with fucks. However, that would work.
Well, you can actually have a whole bunch of fucks that you can give. You can just throw a whole handful of them.
Well, Dave, I have a suggestion for Leanne. She can combine the two and put like a red F on the dicks, and you could have a fucking dick. Sorry.
How do you turn a pussy into a dick?
Give him a badge.
Damn it. Did I tell you that? Or did you tell me that?
I told you that.
Damn it. Dave, you stole my joke that I stole from you.
Yes, I know. I'm not going to allow that kind of behavior. We're not gonna let people steal my fucking material, man.
Well, I steal it everywhere else, just so you know, and I don't give you credit. I don't even remember where I learned shit from. That's the blessing and the curse of having burned out your memory.
So a cowboy, a rabbi, and a priest walk into a bar, and the bartender says, "What is this? Some kind of joke?"
Yeah, you can have that one though. I like the cowboy better. That was a dad joke.
Yeah, well, that's a granddad joke. That's what that was. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah, we'll show that thing about the Federal Reserve tomorrow night. I just put it in the chat too. It's really good. It's well done. And it kind of really goes into the history of banking. And I said when I first saw it quite a few years back, I was like, man, they ought to show that in school. They really should.
Wouldn't that be suicidal?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I've been onto this about the Federal Reserve and this whole fucking banking scheme since
You're an OG.
Before 2012.
You're an OG in all the things.
I went to an End the Fed rally. Who was there? Adam Kokesh. This is way back in the day. Adam Kokesh was there, and I met Ron Paul there too. This was way back a while ago. Adam Kokesh, he spoke too much truth. He ended up getting raided by the feds and shit, and his YouTube channel shut down.
Who is it?
Adam Kokesh. He was an Iraq war veteran. He was in
I'm going to start claiming that that's why I got raided.
Too much truth. Yeah, right.
Too much truth. The government had to shut my shit down.
They come raiding in on me. It's like I won't come out of it alive. I can already guarantee you that. They come in on a raid like that with me, I won't come out of it alive because it's going to be a fucking shit show here. I'll tell you that right now. It's going to be a fucking shit show.
Unless they catch you when you're asleep. Because that's how they caught me. And I woke up floating out the front door in handcuffs. Yeah.
You know, Dave, I think the last time I was on with you, I think you were still in the helmet and your flak vest, weren't you?
Yeah. We were doing the thing about the that's full on rifle rated body armor I had on that night. Yeah. And I got my German helmet still down here too. That one's of questionable origin. I don't like that. You can't wear that German helmet. Well, there's another thing we've been sold a bill of goods on too. This demonization of the Germans. Oh my fucking God. Wow.
I love people. The report. I love the report that said all they found was delousing powder in the showers.
Yep. Well, I know where that comes from, and it's a claim that's been made over and over and over, and they just ran with it, right? And it did lead to the creation of Israel. Get people support on board because of the Jews will return to Israel, less 6 million.
Yes.
And it's like they ran that shit in the Boer War, I think. They ran it in World War I. They ran it in World War II, and it finally stuck. But I'm sorry, I'm not saying that people weren't killed. I'm not saying that people weren't interned in these camps. I know this to be a fact. We did it here, crying out loud. Okay. I think it's really kind of strange that we targeted the Japanese Americans and did nothing regarding Italian and German Americans. I mean, we were at war with those two countries.
Well, they're harder to identify visually.
Well, at the base in Cheyenne,
put out an executive order. All Guidos show up for internment, right?
At FE1 Air Force Base, they've got the little concrete buildings that they used to hold these Japanese concentration people at. There's a cemetery for them out there, but most of them were American Japanese, not from Japan.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that was this was really crazy. All right, so I was watching that Man in the High Castle.
Yes,
that series. Okay. So they're at the site of Manzanar. And that was really cool too. I had to pause it and I called the old lady up here. I says, Leanne, come here, look. And They weren't really at the site of Manzanar because they were actually in the Alabama Hills, which is in Lone Pine. It's about 30 miles south of where the real actual thing is, but you can still see Mount Whitney, which is, you know, the highest point in the contiguous United States. And he's looking out and there's Mount Whitney and it's in the Alabama Hills and shit. And I'm like, look, man, it was like, I know exactly where they filmed this. I knew exactly just by looking at the rocks around them where exactly they filmed it. And I was like, man, I know I've smoked weed right there. We sat back and partied at that fucking place right there. And we did. We'd go back there. Shit, lunchtime. I'd have my dog with me, you know, when I worked at the hardware store. And on the days that I worked down the lumber yard, Brandy would go to work with me. And so lunchtime, we'd pop in the Jeep and go driving through the Alabama Hills and smoke a joint and then go on back to work. So we've been all over that place back there. You see, so I see a lot of these movies. There was some movie I was watching and I looked and they were looking for somebody, right? And these people were in this parking lot and I looked and it was right there in Lone Pine. And they were in the grocery store parking lot, which is really a small little grocery store. They're in the grocery store parking lot and they're looking across the street at the hardware store where I used to work at. Exactly. So I screenshotted it and I sent it to the owner. I says, look, Margaret, you're famous. You were on this movie. Look,
Wow.
Fucking gardeners. Yeah, a lot of movies filmed around that area. Right there in those Alabama Hills, How the West Was Won. When Captain Kirk was fighting the Gorn. Remember when he fought the Gorn on that planet? That's where that was, in the Alabama Hills. The beginning of Django Unchained, that's where they're at, the Alabama Hills. There's really some freaky looking rock structures. And if you go back there on mushrooms, as the sun starts coming down, you start seeing faces and shit that change in the rocks. It's really wild, man.
You know, there's this place when we were over in Australia, we spent 3 weeks in Perth, and, you know, the company furnished a 2-bedroom apartment and car and all that. Well, north of Perth, I can't remember if it's called the Pinnacle Forest. I mean, I was drugged to a stupor at the time to exist. But it is really weird because it's like little cones all over. There's no vegetation. It's just like these little cones. It's cone forest. It's beautiful, but bizarre as shit.
That's what I liked out there too. It seemed like almost like prehistoric because you've got Joshua trees and they're like, so this background, let me put you guys backstage just for a second so you can see this.
Okay.
Let me see. I loved it. I love that place.
Well, you know, the Garden
California
of the
is
Gods
run by
is like,
artards, so I don't want to live in a place that's run by artards. You can't really leave this whole place because it seems like the whole world is run by artards, and California is the worst, man. I swear to God, such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place. It really is. You want to get up into the forest and shit, go north and stuff. You want to go into the desert, you know, you got everything there. It's wonderful, but it's run by some of the most fucking corrupt and communistic sons of bitches I ever saw in my fucking life, man. I couldn't believe the levels of restrictions that they have on everything. I mean, restrictions that they have on guns. I'm like, no, you know, I already had all my guns. You know, I didn't have to worry about getting any. But I was like, holy shit, man, these people, you know, I ain't even supposed to have half these guns in this state. What the fuck? How can you? So I don't even deal with it. But anyway, I think I'm going to shut her down. I'm getting a little bit tired here, and I think we've had a good stream here.
Bye, y'all.
All right, Flo, you want to leave us out with anything?
I I don't have anything. Like and
All
sub
right.
my channel. I mean, like this stream. Sub my channel if you haven't. Sub this channel if you haven't. Don't be retarded, Rocky. Smoke them if you got them. Money, clothes, cars, and hoes.
Right on. All right, guys. Barbara, what do you got for us?
Well, this has been a great discussionation. I do like that word. Y'all have a great night, day, whatever it is. Both apply. Sweet dreams, restful sleep, and yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't.
All right. Well, like I like to say, tolerate no bahooey, no mind fuckery, or twiddle twaddle. Don't listen to any of their bahooey or twiddle twaddle. We don't want any of that. And the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of his ass. He'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody.